Hey, 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 sound check 1 2 1 2. This is handheld 1. Sound check 1 2 3 4 5. Hey, hey, hey. Okay, moving to handheld 2. Hey, 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 sound check 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Hey, 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 sound check 1 2. Handheld 3, sound check 1 2 3 4 5. Hey, sound check 1 2 1 2 3 4 5. Mask down. Hey, sound check 1 2 3 4 5. Hey, hey, hey. Handheld 4, sound check 1 2 3 4 5. Hey, sound check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Lapel? Lapel 1, sound check 1 2 3 4 5. Hey, hey, hey. Sound check 1 2 3 4 5. Lapel 1 okay? Need to check other lapels? Okay.
Hello. Hi. Hi, everyone. Welcome. Good morning. We will be starting in 5 minutes, so if you would please take your seats and chill. Let's get the show on the road, shall we?
GM,
GM, everybody.
Algo Devs. We welcome you right here. Come on, come and take a seat. Welcome to the greenhouse.
Welcome to the Algorand Developer Greenhouse, Singapore. Yes, everyone in the back. Lots of seats up front, as usual.
Come close to me. Yes, we're glad you're here.
All right, Ryan, let's do this, shall we?
GM.
GM. Okay, so welcome everyone. Welcome everyone on the live stream. I'm Adriana Bellotti, Head of Community in Australia for the Algorand Foundation.
And I'm Ryan Fox, developer advocate at Algorand, and I do want to welcome everyone here to this lovely space here, the Algorand Developer Greenhouse here in Singapore. We've got a full couple of days. We have 3 days of content planned for you all here, kicking off with our Developer Tech Talk series.
And tomorrow we'll transform this greenhouse into our hack shack for 2 days of learning and building on Algorand.
Very exciting. We're thrilled you're here, and we're thrilled you're joining with us online. Everything will be streamed for the next couple of days. While you're here, we invite you to use our Wi-Fi. It is Algorand Developer Greenhouse. Conveniently, the password for that is also Dev Greenhouse. That's all lowercase. It's all one word, Dev Greenhouse. Now, we want you to use that Wi-Fi to amplify our presence here on social media using the hashtag DevGreenhouse as well.
Absolutely. And who is our first guest, Ryan?
All right, our first guest here, kicking off the Tech Talks here in Singapore, is going to be Noah Grossman. Noah Grossman is Senior Product Manager at Algorand Inc., and he's going to be talking to us about the latest protocol upgrades to hit mainnet just last week. Noah, welcome.
Welcome, Noah.
Thanks, Ryan. Welcome to the greenhouse. Thanks, everyone. As Ryan mentioned, I'm Noah. I'm in product management at Algorand, and today I'm going to talk to you about, can we get the speaker notes on stage? Sorry, not that good. Perfect, there it is. Yeah, so today we're going to talk to you about what's new on the latest, with the latest protocol upgrade. So over the past year, we've made significant advancements in each of our 3 strategic pillars on Algorand. On the core protocol side, we just delivered a 5x performance boost, with the protocol able to handle up to 6,000 transactions per second. On the programmability side, we released 3 upgrades to the Algorand virtual machine, providing powerful tools to build up thriving ecosystems of dApps. And on the interoperability side, we just released state proofs, making Algorand one of the first Layer 1 blockchains to support truly trustless bridges to other ecosystems, as well as provide post-quantum security for the history of the blockchain. So let's start with the core protocol. A blockchain, at its core, is just a piece of technology in a Web3 applications tech stack. At the end of the day, people want to use applications themselves that are fast, scalable, and secure, which means the underlying blockchain should just fade into the background and just work. When it comes to performance, our industry typically measures blockchains by looking at the number of transactions that can be settled on-chain per second. In order to boost performance, you typically can pull one of 3 different levers. You can A, increase the block size, which means you add more space in each block for more transactions. You can B, reduce the size of each transaction itself, because smaller transactions mean you can fit more of them inside of a block. Or C, you could reduce the latency of the block, or the latency of the blockchain, which means producing blocks more frequently means you can fit more transactions on chain. Now, it's important to note that there's a very fine balance when you're considering these 3 different levers, when considering the overall user experience. For example, you could dramatically increase the size of each block in order to boost TPS, but this would dramatically slow down your protocol. Take 2 theoretical blockchains as an example. Blockchain A can have blocks that have up to 14.5 million transactions inside each of them. But because of their large block size, it takes up to 4 hours for each block to be written on chain. Blockchain B, on the other hand, can have block sizes up to 4,000 transactions, but those settle every 4 seconds. Clearly, while both have the same 1,000 transactions per second, the latter provides a much better user experience. So in Algorand's latest upgrade, we provided a 5x boost to our performance by simultaneously increasing the block size and reducing or making them faster. Typically, as I mentioned beforehand, larger blocks result in slower rounds because it takes more time to process and propagate more data across a globally distributed network of nodes. You could try throwing stronger hardware at the problem, but this can negatively impact decentralization because it's usually more expensive to start up and maintain more powerful hardware. So what do we do? Well, Algorand has a very important security feature. Sure. Algorand has a very important security feature, where nodes have to store recent history of account state, which until now was kept in memory. Since larger blocks require nodes to process more transactions and account data in memory, we couldn't do both simultaneously. So among other things, we shifted this account history required for the security feature onto disk, creating more room for us to safely increase block size. Since we were left with a large block propagation buffer, we were also able to reduce the average round times. Okay, so what's next for the core protocol? We're going to continue our focus on making faster round times. By optimizing each phase of our rounds, block assembly, propagation, and validation, we can deliver a better user experience for all ecosystem apps and provide more TPS runway for future adoption. All right, on to programmability. So programmability is all about smart contracts. Over the past year, we've spent a lot of time creating a powerful environment to create a composable ecosystem of smart contracts. We've tackled some of blockchain's hairiest problems head-on by improving our core smart contract and on-chain storage functionality. Things look quite a bit different since last year, so if you haven't looked, let's check out what's new. First came AVM5, which made it possible or easier to build much more powerful applications. This is made possible through something called inner transactions, where applications or smart contracts could issue transactions on behalf of the user or entity calling that contract. For example, payment or asset transfer transactions. This was a big step up from working with complex smart signatures and simplifies the process to build interesting applications. Let's take a basic AMM as an example. Your basic AMM swaps tokens, say USDC for Algo. It's much easier to build this app when it can ingest payments directly from users and compute the exchange rate and then spit out the proper algos or whatever other token you're swapping for directly back to that user's wallet. So AVM5 gave us the ability to more easily create these powerful applications. AVM6 brought composability to the ecosystem. So with AVM6, smart contracts could now call other smart contracts, creating this really composable ecosystem. So going back to our AMM example, now that there's all these different AMMs out there, a savvy user might want to check the exchange rate across these different AMMs. Now, rather than doing this manually, you can actually build a AMM aggregator app that effectively routes your order to the most optimal AMM with the best exchange rate at that point in time. AVM7 was just released with the TPS boost that I just mentioned. With the latest upgrade, Algorand becomes one of the first layer 1 blockchains to provide a reliable source of on-chain randomness. Finding on-chain randomness is a very hard problem in blockchains, so most turn to off-chain oracles instead. With some new opcodes on Algorand, you can now build randomness oracles which commit to using random data generated in a future round. This allows applications to create provably fair outcomes, legitimizing a new set of games and applications. This is a great new feature that really changes the trust model in the gaming space. So what's next for programmability? Well, coming up after AVM7 is AVM8, which is a big upgrade to how applications manage on-chain storage, also known as boxes. Boxes provide smart contracts with flexible on-demand storage. Rather than allocate a fixed amount of storage per user, you can allocate storage according to the needs of your application. For example, say you want to build some kind of bridge. In order to make sure you're not double spending or printing money twice, this bridge on the Algorand smart contract side has to keep track of which transactions have been completed by the user. Now, it's much easier to keep track of these transactions by simply creating a box for each transaction that was correctly bridged over that was correctly minted across the bridge. So last up, we've got interoperability. As we've seen, blockchains are pretty great. Over the past year, we've seen a rise in the number of layer 1 blockchains, creating a really thriving ecosystem with cool assets and projects, and really forming their own crypto nations. But the problem is these blockchains don't natively talk to each other. Cross-chain bridges have tried bringing these ecosystems closer together, but it's hard to do so in a trustless, decentralized manner. Since most blockchains can't export their own state, we've turned to trusted middlemen to provide these cross-chain assurances. And while most of these middlemen are really good actors, even honest middlemen can be hacked, with over $2 billion stolen from cross-chain bridges in the past year alone. What if we could change the trust model in cross-chain applications and provide safer routes in and out of Algorand? Well, this is where state proofs come in. State proofs are cryptographic proofs of Algorand state that's signed by the Algorand network itself. It's kind of like an export function that snapshots Algorand state over time and sends it elsewhere. So every so often, in this case every 256 rounds, the same participants that reach consensus on regular Algorand blocks will summarize some recent transactions that occurred on the blockchain, sign this summary, and send it across the network. These signatures will then be compressed into a compact state proof, which are very efficient to verify. The cool thing with state proofs is that rather than checking each specific signature in the proof, the verifier, or the person that wants to learn about Algorand state, can selectively challenge the proof to reveal specific signatures. Over time, as it challenges more and more signatures, it gains more confidence that the proof does in fact contain all of the signatures. So let's look at your classic bridge that uses a locking and minting mechanism. Rather than turning to some third-party middleman, this bridge can now ask the Algorand network questions directly about what transactions happen on Algorand. So if you lock up some tokens on Algorand and bridge it over to, say, Ethereum, this Ethereum minting smart contract has to make sure that these IOUs that represent value on Algorand actually exist. Because Ethereum can't peek into Algorand state until now, they typically turn to these third-party middlemen. Now you can instead ask some state proof smart contract, which is updated by state proofs if these transactions are in fact valid. This reduces the attack surface on cross-chain bridges, making it much easier to build these cross-chain applications and bringing blockchains closer together. All right, so for interoperability, what's next? Well, up next is snark proofs. Snark proofs provide the same functionality as state proofs, but are much cheaper to verify. They're effectively proofs that a state proof exists, which is very important when dealing with fee-constrained environments like Ethereum. In parallel, we're also working with the ecosystem to build light clients, which bring Algorand to other blockchains through state proofs or snark proofs. After this, we're going to work on making state proofs faster, because the faster state proofs are produced, the lower latency you have in your bridges, and the faster that your transactions will settle. Thanks, that's all for today, and if we have time, I'll take some time for a few questions.
Yes, we do have time. I'll bring the mic if I see a hand up. Any questions? Oh, here we go.
Hi, Noah. Thanks for the talk. It was very interesting. My name is Gary. The question I have is, so from what I understand with state proofs being available on Algorand is that now we can have these bridges to other blockchains, but it's only in that one direction, where that blockchain can see the state from Algorand. But in a bridge, typically you want it to be bidirectional, which means state proofs also have to exist on the other blockchains. Are there any existing efforts to get state proofs on, for example, Ethereum?
Yeah, exactly. So state proofs are effectively a one-way export function that brings Algorand to other blockchains. So you can build a state proof smart contract on Ethereum or really any other blockchain that has smart contracts. But as you mentioned, you really want to have this bidirectional bridge so liquidity can flow both to and from Algorand. So we're really encouraging the broader ecosystem to adopt state proofs because it'll give users in those ecosystems more safe rails in and out of their blockchain. People are going to want to go cross-chain for a lot of different reasons. So it's really on the blockchain itself to provide safer rails in and out of their ecosystems. There are a couple of blockchains that are working on something that's equivalent to state proofs, but this is something we really want to see across the ecosystem.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Chris. Question about state proofs. Which chains are you looking to build the first light clients? And also, Ethereum is going to be coming. Have you started actually looking and estimating the cost of storage of these state proofs on Ethereum so people can actually use them?
Yeah, good question. So we're starting with Ethereum for a lot of obvious reasons. We're also talking to other blockchains that are interested in plugging into Algorand. So we really want to create this network of secure, trustless communication, not just to Ethereum. In terms of verifying specific transactions on Ethereum, obviously gas costs can fluctuate over time. It does cost a decent amount of money to verify state proofs, which is where snark proofs come in. It's much cheaper to verify a snark proof because it's just a handful of curve points on an elliptic curve, rather than verifying an entire state proof. So depending on the business model of a bridge, what we've seen is it shouldn't be too costly. I don't have exact numbers to share today, but snark proofs will definitely help bring down that overall cost.
Any more questions?
Do you have goals around that, or how are you thinking about that in the longer term?
Sorry, can you repeat the first part?
Yes, just how many transactions per second do you think the protocol can get to eventually, and what might be involved in that, and how do you think about this in the longer term in terms of aspirations for that?
Yeah, so eventually that's a long-term question. Algorand is definitely here to stay. 6,000 TPS is not the end of our story. We've talked before about 10,000 TPS. I don't have an exact timeline on when that's coming, but there's other techniques we're also looking at to provide more multiples of scalability. I don't have exact numbers to share today, but this is something that we're going to continue to evaluate as we look at core protocol properties. Performance is just one aspect of that. You also look at decentralization and fee models and other things. But as we see the required runway needed in TPS, we're going to look at additional techniques to continue extending that runway.
Thank you, Noah. Any more questions? We have time for one more, if there is any. All right, going once and twice, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Noah Grossman. All right, next up, we have a panel. It's a platform for devs who know, because to build an Algorand, you gotta know what you know, right? I'm not gonna rap, I promise. I cannot swing that. Maybe some Queen. Okay, Joe Pony, our customer success engineer, will moderate a conversation with Austin Probst, founder of Algorand, and James Bailey, COO of Subquery Network, and Abdul Osman, founder of Goracle. And we are about right to go. Welcome to the stage, gentlemen.
Hey everyone, my name is Joe Palmy. I work for the Hey everyone, my name is Joe Palmy. I work for the Algorand Foundation as a customer success engineer doing developer relations. And this is a really interesting panel that we have here. We have a couple different projects, and they all are basically at different life cycles in the blockchain development cycle. So we have Oracle, who is an oracle putting real-world data on chain. We have Algorand, who is using the chain to facilitate their game, and we have Subquery, who is facilitating the ability to take on-chain data and bring it into real-world applications like Web2 apps. So why don't we go down the line? You guys can introduce yourselves and talk a little bit about your project.
Yeah, thank you. All right, thank you, Joe. So Goracle is a decentralized blockchain oracle. Our whole idea is to get off-chain data on-chain securely without compromising the security of the blockchain that it's on.
Good morning. Hey, I'm James. Nice to meet you all. I'm from Subquery. Subquery is an indexer, and it's an indexer that's just arrived on Algorand. We also exist on other chains like Polkadot, Cosmos, Avalanche as well, and we do the opposite to what an oracle does. We aggregate, organize, collect on-chain data from Algorand and other chains, and provide that into other applications, whether that's back onto the chain in smart contracts or into your UIs, your applications, or into other platforms or services.
Hi, I'm Austin from Algorand. Algorand is an idle browser game where you can mint pirates and send them out to battle other players. And as you battle with these other players, there's a play-to-earn aspect where the best crew is able to earn Algorand tokens for, showing that you guys are have the best strategy and that your pirates are the strongest. So that's what we do here.
All right, awesome. So let's get right into it. So one of the things when you're talking about blockchains, especially Algorand, is you hear the trilemma brought up a lot. And for those that don't know, the trilemma is basically this problem where any blockchain, there are three kind of key aspects: decentralization, security, and scalability. And those three things are hard to have at the same time on a blockchain without making compromises. One of the things we like to say at Algorand is that we've solved the trilemma, right? We're decentralized, we're scalable, and we're secure. So this is really important, not just for an L1, but for any project building on any given blockchain platform, including Algorand. So with the blockchain trilemma, how do those three things affect the projects that you're building? And also, how does your project affect the security, decentralization, and scalability of not only Algorand, but just the ecosystem as a whole? Whoever wants to take that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So I think it's really important for applications who want to build high throughput data on chain to have all those kind of different properties, right? So a lot of blockchains out there, they talk about, oh, we do things just as cheap, or we do things just as fast, and we can scale as well. But I think with Algorand, you have to look at the actual algorithms it uses to reach its consensus. And once you look at the core of how they're doing things, you can see why it's scalable.
I think there's a little bit of I didn't really hear much about the trilemma until Algorand, which makes sense, but there's also a little bit of ambiguity. How many participants do you need in consensus before you're decentralized, and things of this nature? And for me, I actually like the idea of the cap theorem, if you guys know what that is, which is basically the idea that you can have, it's kind of like another triangle in blockchain, which is you can have, when a network partitions, you can either have availability or consistency. And for me, I kind of like this better, where it's okay, well, Algorand does things a little differently than other blockchains. So, and when the network partitions, you don't, instead of keeping availability like other blockchains, you keep consistency. And that allows you to have that instant, the 4-second finality compared to the other blockchains, which take 20 minutes or so. And for me, that as a developer is what says, okay, that enables me to build really cool tech versus other blockchains.
Yeah, as Austin mentioned, I think that this is like a scale, right? So it's not a binary thing where you solve the blockchain trilemma or not. You kind of have to pick and make sacrifices in certain areas, have one and less the other. We've kind of solved the trilemma, in my view, with Generation 3 blockchains like Algorand. It seems like we have good enough security. The pure proof of stake model that Algorand has means that there's thousands of validators working hard, and the centralization isn't there. But the block time's fast enough, the TPS is fast enough. What I do see across ecosystems and different networks, so, is a lot of people put this view on TPS as this kind of God metric, the main thing that we have to optimize for. The more TPS we push through, the better we are. And kind of Solana's taken that to the extreme, where they push that really hard, and as a result, if you run a Solana validator, you need to have a supercomputer somewhere in a research center or something, which you could argue means that they're very centralized. Algorand, I think, has found the right balance, and that's really the summary of this, is all about balance. But going forward, I think we're moving to this stage where we're looking for, we're starting to think about other things that will contribute to the success of a layer 1. With this kind of understanding that we will have, that there's speed and security and performance and reliability. Now I think we're looking for developer ecosystems. How do we grow developer ecosystems? And Algorand's done this fantastically well. The documentation is absolutely perfect, and I think as projects out there, we should all look at Algorand's documentation and kind of marvel and how good it is. The SDK is really clean. Easy to use, easy to understand. It's in 4 languages. And these are the new things that we should start moving towards. It's not just looking at these performance metrics, but looking at all those side of things. As a project team, looking at this, how Algorand's done documentation and taking that on board, how we can improve our documentation, I think that's critically important for bringing in the next million developers into this industry. And it's something we should all take on.
Yeah, and you mentioned security, right? How do you have a blockchain with instant finality and no slashing, essentially? I think that goes back to the whole efficiency in algorithms. You can do it because you have such a secure way of doing consensus that really it kind of makes this entire thing secure so fast. Pretty much an adversary would have to have way too much of the algos to take over the system.
Yeah. So I mean, as Abdul and James was kind of just like alluding to, I think one of the things that really enables this, solving of the trilemma is the pure proof of stake consensus mechanism, which is what really enables that quick block time, that instant finality, and at the end of the day, right, that's the good user experience, right? Most end users, they might not care what chain they're using as long as the user experience is good, and Algorand provides that. And because of that, we've seen a lot of growth on the Algorand chain, especially recently. So we've seen like a big explosion in NFTs, for example, right? Algorand just recently had a massive launch with incredible volume in sales. And if you look over the next 5 years, there's something like a 35% projected annual growth of the NFT market. So as we see this sort of ecosystem growth, how does your projects, building on Algorand or utilizing the Algorand blockchain, how do you factor in for that growth rate? How do you account for the new users that your platform may have, and how do you capture new users? Right, if someone finds out about Algorand through this Algorand chain, what does that look like, just at a technical level, and also just a high level? How do you capture those users, and what sort of changes do you need to account for when that sort of growth happens?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, obviously, I think we've started to see a shift in the NFT space where people are more interested in NFTs that can provide utility or access to some sort of a group or a DAO or whatnot. And obviously, that's really good for the entire ecosystem as we start getting more users. As far as how do you capture that, I mean, it just goes back to the idea of marketing. You need to be able to be in a position to say, hey, look, we also, in the case of Algorand, if you want to play the game, you need to have an NFT, right? So there's the utility tied to it. And then, you can train up your pirate and then go sell them on the marketplace, for example. So I think being able to just say, take advantage of what the shift we're seeing where, get some utility here and take advantage of that. And as far as scaling goes, I think, you have, options like AWS available to you, but also like what you guys are both doing with Subquery and Goracle, right? To help people like us who say, okay, we want to just build something cool. You guys help us build the infrastructure for that, so.
Yeah, as an indexer, we do a lot of work with NFT companies, projects that build NFTs and sell NFTs, marketplaces especially. It's a big kind of customer base of ours. And primarily that's because we organize data that's on-chain, so i.e. the sale history of a certain NFT, the current transaction volume of NFT collections, and we can provide that to the UIs, the applications that people use to interact with those NFTs. And for us, it's about riding the wave, right? It's no secret that the last cycle, I think, was driven quite substantially by NFTs. It was one of the big demand side on the consumers. And that makes sense, right? People love artwork, and it's a really neat way of combining blockchain with art. I don't think we have seen the future of NFTs, and I think the next kind of successful NFT projects are going to be the ones that really kind of take that utility to the next level, as you mentioned. I really want to see NFTs that kind of go more than just artwork, and could be my concert ticket, for example, where it kind of replaces something that I think is a bit broken right now, which is reselling of tickets. I like to see NFTs, especially the artwork ones, that are doing more than just being one static image, how they change over time, they morph, they give you access to certain clubs and groups. Making a community, that's also really important. So the NFT projects that really harness those kind of benefits, I think, are going to grow and be the next leaders in the space.
Yeah, so I mean, as an Oracle, I think we're in a unique position to really be one of the first projects a lot of people who are thinking of building on a new blockchain talk to. We're seeing a lot of people reaching out to us saying, hey, I had these plans from 2017, 2018 to build this thing, but I couldn't find an Oracle across any blockchain. So we're seeing a lot of projects who've shelved plans completely because the Oracle market in general is quite immature. It's mostly focused on price feeds and not really having high throughput data or your own custom data, or even IoT sensor devices. You have your sensors out in the field. And so I think having a secure Oracle that can have a high throughput of data, but also having a chain, and the chain was one of the limitations in having some of these high throughput data. A lot of the biggest Oracles are on Ethereum, and Ethereum kind of limits how big you can do or what you can do. So I think having the chain that allows for now coming up soon is going to be unlimited storage, and I think that's going to be a game changer. So that technical side, and then having the Oracle, people are choosing a blockchain specifically because of an Oracle. And so, that's one thing we're quite excited about in that sense.
I think would be a game changer. I really want a gaming project to really integrate NFTs. Like if I acquire an NFT in Algorand, any NFT from any collection from any provider out there, I should be able to use that in my game. I should be able to utilize that, add it to my character, play with it. And the gaming projects that really enable that, they're going to do well as well. So that's what I'd love to see come through.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I mean, I think as the blockchain space in general just grows together, and specifically Algorand, as we get more features, not only just growth in terms of like users, but growth in terms of like what's capable. Like Abdul kind of mentioned, like the unlimited storage, box storage is something that can really change the game. And for those that don't know, it's basically an upcoming update that will allow a change in paradigm in how much data you can store in a smart contract. So, related to that, what are some key innovations, whether it's just in the space in general or on the Algorand L1 or like, some projects in Algorand? Like, what do you think some technical innovations will be that kind of step blockchain and Algorand specifically, or your projects, to the next level?
Yeah, I mean, unlimited storage, right? Imagine you're building a fantasy sports app and you want to get the data of players all on kind of one smart contract. It makes it much easier to do it. One thing we're seeing a lot of is a couple of bigger, maybe government or municipalities are using the blockchain almost to automate what they're doing in terms of their, for example, they're doing like an incentive system or a reward system, and rather than having like a cloud server and kind of a database, they're just putting everything on blockchain so to reduce the maintenance costs and things like that. So that was one thing we were surprised when we saw, is because now you're using the blockchain to actually replace Web 2 infrastructure so it's more use case based, and you're not so much interested in the blockchain aspect, but having it open and distributed is exciting because people can, your people who are using it can also trust you more, and municipalities is interesting because governments change, right? But once you have it on blockchain, it's really hard to change, and you can't just come in and redo the infrastructure. So I think that's going to be an interesting way, having people starting to use blockchains to replace legacy systems.
Yeah, I'm also really excited for box storage. Right now, we have an NFT marketplace that's tied to our game, and we use a smart contract to run all of our listings. And because we don't have box storage, we've kind of implemented, the way we've implemented those listings is kind of like a hacky way where we create like variable assets that store in like the reserve address, which is like 32 bytes, right? And for you guys that do this. And we kind of store our variables of the listing inside of these other assets. So when you come list an NFT, we create these like variable assets, store the information there, and then when the purchase goes through, or it's if it's an auction, we go update those assets, and then after it goes through, we take those assets down. And so being able to have something where you have unlimited storage with box storage is going to just make Algorand fine.
It's like you kind of have to think bigger, like what is holding not just Algorand but Web3 back from kind of being the next big thing. Like, it's still in its infancy, and one thing that's like a summary of this is that for us developers in this ecosystem, there's still a lot to be built. We're still very early days. People kind of ask me all the time, am I too late to join Web3? Has it been done? And it's like, no, we're just starting. So innovations that, block storage is one of those to solve those problems, but we also need to look at other innovations that aren't just on that layer one, aren't just on Algorand, but the applications that reside above it, and that's what kind of Abdul was inferring or kind of referring to, is how do we bring Web3 to millions more people? How do we replace real-world challenges with Web3? And what are the technical constraints that prevent that? Now, there are some technical constraints, of course, but there's also a lot of learning issues and understanding issues. And that's one of the big problems with our industry, is that we haven't quite made this technology as accessible as it could be, as we know it is. People still look at blockchain and go, what the hell is that? It's just a bunch of people trading tokens and bits of artwork. So those use cases and those innovations that we're going to do, we need to actually kind of highlight how they can be used to more than just what we see in the news, but to actually replace industries, replace broken processes right now, and really integrate with the real world a bit more tightly.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's the integration of, blockchain, or I should say interoperability of blockchain in the real world is a really important thing. And it's something that, things like Subquery and Oracle, they help achieve that. So what do you think the future of like blockchain is in our world? Like, how interoperable do you think we can get, and how important is that interoperability?
I think it's like critically important, right? We operate on multiple chains. We operate on Algorand, Polkadot, Cosmos, and Avalanche. And three of those other chains, they really kind of believe in that multi-chain approach, especially Polkadot and Cosmos. They kind of pioneer that. It's our view that the next big applications won't just be on one chain. And if you look at right now, blockchain's kind of like this bunch of islands in the sea, right? Each island kind of talks to each other. There's some kind of rickety bridges that break every so often. But life can't live like that, right? We need some more globalization. And this is a time with the interoperability of being able to take an asset from one place, move it to over here, integrate with this, interact with that, and then move back to where you came from easily and seamlessly. I think that's going to be the next challenge, not just for Algorand, but for every blockchain in Web3.
Yeah, I love the idea of like going to the grocery store or getting gas and saying, how could blockchain make this experience better? And I think Algorand is the way to do that, where go to the grocery store and you're going to go pay. You can definitely replace the point of sale system there with Algorand. Maybe other blockchains would be a little harder to do that, but I always think like, okay, what about filling up gas? Same thing. You can have smart contracts where instead of like a credit card where you swipe and it charges you $1 and says, okay, you're clear, and then you fill up to, $80 or however much it costs. Now you could say, all right, let's have a smart contract where I dump in $100 worth of Algorand, and then you fill at the pump and you get up to 80, and then it kicks back the other 20 back to you, and you're on your way. And I'm like, these ideas, I think we're just seeing the beginning of what blockchain can do for us, as a society. We're going to see some cool stuff, and I'm excited for it.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of interoperability, I don't think you want to reinvent some applications and some amazing stuff that has already been done on chain. And one specific example I can give is like Claros, this decentralized arbitration system where you have your juries and who look at data and ultimately provide a result based on that dispute resolution. So like one thing we're working with them to use state proofs to say, hey, you lodge a dispute on Algorand, you send it to the Ethereum blockchain where the juries will look at it and issue a judgment and have that judgment sent back to the Algorand blockchain. I mean, Claros has gotten so big already. They're pretty much arbitrating real world cases now. And so there's going to be a lot of applications like that in my mind. Subquery, for example, you don't want to have to reinvent entire kind of ecosystems and communities just to go on a different blockchain. I think it's going to be extremely important to have that interoperability, especially with Ethereum being the first mover. We're going to have to work with kind of existing communities.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, and kind of building on that, like what you're saying, building on existing communities. There's a lot of people that could probably benefit from Web3, or just blockchain technology in general, but they might not be aware. So, I have a question specifically for you, Austin. When you had an idea to build a game, why did you choose to use blockchain technology in general? And for the end user, like, why should they care that your game uses blockchain technology?
Yeah, thanks for that question. When I was designing Algorand, I really loved the idea of, pirates and saying, okay, you can be a pirate. And part of piracy is being able to go and take somebody's money, right? So I said, how can I build a game that facilitates that drive? So I said, okay, well, if I build my game on blockchain, it kind of gives me this financial system for free, where I could say, all right, I have a crew, you have a crew, let's go fight. And if I'm victorious, I'm stealing your money. And if you're victorious, you're stealing my money, right? So we have like an in-game currency doubloons, of course, but we also have it so that the person who has the strongest crew becomes a pirate king, and they then take like 25% of all the Algorand that's spent in the game, in the marketplace and launchpad. So you guys can actually, get this idea, this feel that, you guys are pirates. You're actually taking this money from other people and kind of have some fun with that. And be able to build on blockchain just gives you that for free. So I think that's probably the answer.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. So I got a question for you, Abdul, kind of building off that, right? So, why should people care about blockchain? And you were saying earlier, like, oracles might be a driving factor for why someone would choose to use a blockchain or build on a blockchain. So, what separates Goracle from other oracles, not just in the context of Algorand, but also just in the context of the blockchain space as a whole? Why would someone want to use Goracle for their application?
Yeah, there's a few different, I think, things there. So one, the oracle that you're using has to match the security of the underlying blockchain, right? I mean, we say blockchains are trustless, but really you're distributing trust among, hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of account holders, right? And with Algorand, I think, you're distributing this trust amongst everybody who holds Gora tokens. And so with Goracle, I mean, we match that. We actually use Algorand sortition algorithms. We have our node network, and a random number will get chosen, and based on that random number, the number of tokens they hold will tell them how many votes they have. And so it's a pure proof of stake consensus oracle. And because of that, you can have high throughput data. And I was talking earlier about how much sports applications, how much data they need, and how much data, like high throughput is important. Well, now you can have this massive node network, and you have little committees being continually run, and just have a lot of high amount of data. And with Algorand's low transaction costs and scalability, I think it really opens up the space to have high throughput applications where you can actually do a lot of things on there.
Yeah, totally makes sense. I think, that the fact that you're building on Algorand, which of course is secure, and then you're also, the Oracle network itself is secure and decentralized, and like hits those trilemma talking points that we were talking about. I think that's really key for anyone looking to get on-chain or off-chain data on-chain, because that's a hard problem to solve.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why I think I was talking earlier about the algorithms that Algorand uses, right? The sortition algorithm, and how you have a random number, and you don't know that you're part of consensus until the moment you run a function, and that function takes fractions of a second to run. These algorithms are crucial, and I think it's what differentiates the network. And we just forked a lot of those libraries and used them in our application. So I think that's kind of the unique factor about the underlying algorithm of Algorand.
Yeah, certainly. So, these algorithms, like, they use like crypto primitives, some things like VRFs or verifiable random functions, and these are these primitive cryptography concepts are what really enable Algorand to, going back to that trilemma, to really solve that and be secure, decentralized, and scalable. So one of those key things, right, and some would argue the most important thing for any blockchain or Web3 app is how decentralized they are. So One of the things, especially if you frequent Algorand Twitter, is you'll see a lot of people talking about centralization and how centralized is a specific, chain or a specific product. So a question for you, James, like how do you view like centralization in the blockchain space as a whole, and how does Subquery and Algorand kind of approach centralization and make a difference in that aspect?
Yeah, it's for all of us in this industry. It's like a dirty secret that we've kind of somewhat forgotten. Is a lot of the services that we rely on, and we're an infrastructure service, so this kind of applies to us as well. A lot of the services that your dApps or your projects rely on are centralized themselves. Like if you're building an app on Ethereum, you might be connecting to Infura or Alchemy, and they're run by a US-based company somewhere, and they're running on a server. And then you can go down the stack, and there's AWS there that runs, a significant proportion of compute. And if they turned around tomorrow and said, no more validators running on AWS, that's a bit of an issue. So there's a lot of centralization still. And I'm not saying centralization, we've got to seek out and remove any instances of it, because I don't think that's quite possible, but we've got to be quite careful about it. And that's quite important for us at Subquery. As an indexer, a lot of our customers will run a subquery project in their computer, and the data is stored in a database that they run and they own, and that represents a form of centralization. For us as an infrastructure company, we are working very hard, and we're very close to launching our decentralized network, where anyone can run that infrastructure. Anyone can, if I build a project for my app that indexes certain data about what pirates have stolen what loots and ships, I can give that to my community and say, can you guys please run this project and give data back to the users running the apps, rather than relying on our company indexing that information for the app. And that's quite important. I think it's a big freedom that teams don't have right now, and that I really like, because it just means that literally if we get hit by a bus tomorrow, it still runs and still operates. And that's kind of a big thing in software, is the bus factor, reducing that. So it's a constant change, and it's another indication how early we are in this space, where there's a lot of these centralized service providers that provide the gateway to these decentralized systems, and it's a constant battle to decentralize everything.
Awesome, yeah. So that sounds great. Decentralizing Subquery even further, and that leads me to a question for the other two guys. Is there any upcoming updates or things that you don't have yet on your projects, but you're kind of striving for? Maybe even relating back to this trilemma, or just general end user experiences that you're working towards technically achieving. So basically anything coming up that you want to tell us about?
Yeah, we have a NFT marketplace and launchpad tied to our game to help fund, like I was mentioning earlier, the Pirate King's winnings. The launchpad is going to be coming out in 2 or so weeks. And the marketplace, I think this is important in going back to James's ideas, is to have a decentralized system. So having a marketplace that's run entirely off of smart contracts, which we have, as well as trying to get a launchpad to do that. So when the bus factor does come in, that we can keep moving forward as a community.
Yeah, we've been spending all summer building relationships with data providers. We have, I think almost 30 data providers in sports, flight data, weather, and, about 7 different groups of aggregated data. So, we've got all of this in testnet right now. I think what we're going to do is, as we launch, we're probably going to have incentivized testnet hackathons where people who can build cool apps using all these data providers. I think data providers are excited about Web3, especially decentralized price feeds, and I think it's going to be important to generate demand. And so while we're still in testnet, we're going to do some of these hackathons, testnet hackathons, and then I think in the future, maybe later next year, one thing we're interested in is off-chain computation, where a project like Algorand, instead of having a backend where they do some computation and send the result back, our node network has a lot of computation power left over, and you can actually just now do some simple computations, or in the future maybe more advanced, and get that result of the computation back on chain. So packed roadmap. Excited for this kind of hackathons coming up for the rest of Q4. And then, yeah, that's more or less where we're heading.
Awesome. Yeah, that sounds awesome. So, one of the interesting things is you guys all have kind of different backgrounds in terms of how you got started in the Algorand ecosystem, right? If I'm not mistaken, Abdul, you guys came through an accelerator, right? And then, like Austin, you were telling me that you kind of just did this on a whim and ended up being really successful. So, do any of you guys have like any advice for developers, or even if you're not a developer and you just have an idea that you want to build on Algorand, like what would your advice to that person be?
Ask for advice. I think the main thing in blockchain is all of us have gone through a lot of pain to get here and to kind of learn how to build, and it's not easy, right? It's kind of the frontier of software development. So the number one thing I think that every team that enters any ecosystem should just ask for advice, ask for help, ask for connections, because life is so much easier when you have that. And most people, speaking for myself, I assume you guys as well, we're very happy to give back or to reach out, to talk, or to make introductions. Because I think we all see that the more developers building better applications is, the outcome here is more Web3, a faster transition towards Web3. It's just better for everyone. So just ask for advice, ask for help, reach out and talk.
We kind of touched on this earlier, but the Algorand developer docs, if you guys haven't checked those out, they're super fantastic. They start off just like by teaching you the concepts of what's possible on Algorand and assets, atomic groups, and things like this. And then they get into the code to kind of show you how to do it. So for me, when I first heard about Algorand, I just pulled up the docs, and I don't know, maybe that's kind of, I'm sure you guys all do that. So you just pull up the docs, start reading, and say, okay, what can I do here? And that was like a stark difference from, originally when I had built out Algorand, I had just designed it for Ethereum. And I haven't done any Ethereum development for a couple years, so I started trying to find like some docs to develop on it. And there just wasn't any thing great. And there's like high-level applications that make it easier, but for me, I just like being able to work at the lowest level possible that the blockchain provides. So be able to go look at the Algorand developer docs and just get those concepts and just understand it was just fantastic. And then the other bit of advice I'd say is, after some point, the docs, what's available, just pick something and go build.
Yeah, and I mean, we started off building a sports application, and we ended up needing an Oracle. And at the beginning, when you're new, especially to blockchain or Algorand, you might find that it's pretty tricky to get started. It's a completely different paradigm compared to traditional software development. I think best thing that really helped us out, we used Reach quite a bit, and being in their Discord group chats was extremely helpful in kind of understanding those concepts. Using the Algorand with Byteal, their developers are amazingly helpful. I think the Discord group chats are probably going to be one of the best places where you're going to find people who are extremely helpful, and you don't want to get stuck by yourself. I think sometimes you'll even find that it's more motivating to be a part of these group chats, to get people to give you feedback. And if you need help building a project, whether you need marketing help, sales help, or any kind of help, people are on these group chats just trying to learn more, be a part of it. And even for non-developers, I think if you have an idea and you're not a developer, still being in these group chats are extremely important, because you can connect with developers who just want to build anything but don't necessarily have the idea. And so being part of a community it's going to be, I think, something that not just helps you get work done, but also motivates you and gives you the support that you need. I know certainly that's what helped us.
And I think touching on that, right, if you can develop but you don't know what to build, right, because deciding what to build is actually quite a complex kind of decision-making process, and it's quite tricky getting it right. And just go look at the bounties. Bounties are awesome. I wish if I could kind of redo my life and go back 5 years, I would have just traveled the world and done bounties to make my way around and pay my way around the world, because there's tons of them. And everyone that's been building in Algorand and other ecosystems, we know what's not missing. We know where the gaps are. We know what needs to be improved. And there's a lot of bounties out there that are just desperate for people to start working on. So look for some bounties and get into that as well.
Yeah, definitely. And Abdul, you were mentioning that you started off building what was it, sports?
Yeah, sports application.
Oh, okay, so, but then you found a need for an Oracle, and then you built that out. So, what is the process like for all you guys? Like James, you mentioned that it's hard to get right, and it's a new paradigm for building on Web3 and blockchain platforms. So, how has your projects kind of evolved over time, and what sort of like technical limitations or technical challenges did you face that kind of shifted, the direction of your projects and what you were building?
Yeah, we were lucky. We're doing another kind of project when we came up with the idea of subquery, and basically the conversation, we're talking to customers, and talking to customers in product management is always critically important. If you don't talk to your customers, you're never going to make product market fit, and therefore, no one's going to use it. So talking to your customers is very important. And we kept talking to them and asked them, like, what's holding you back? What's the challenges right now? And they kind of gave us the ideas for building subquery. Now it's very similar to like the graph on Ethereum, but developers in Polkadot and Cosmos didn't have that 2 years ago, and still don't have it today. So we took that. We're lucky we had an existing player to kind of take inspiration from, but we've done some quite different architectural decisions in certain areas. The challenges, I think, for us, really, I think it's finding the right people, hiring people that are quite good. And I think we all have the problem of hiring smart, competent developers to work on your projects. We've had to hire more around the world, and that's one of the best things about blockchain, is that it is an international enterprise, and you literally, most teams are decentralized. Most teams, people haven't even met each other in the team. They work around the world. So for us, it's about finding developers in certain areas around the world that work for us in a time zone. That was one of the hardest part to scale for us, is finding the right people.
Yeah, I mean, for us, it's, we started building something, and then with, when we run our sortition off-chain, we verify it on-chain with the VRF verify opcode, and now that's come on board. And now then there's state proofs, and we are using also state proofs to help with interoperability. And so in a way, it's, as we're developing, Algorand's coming up with all these new features that we're integrating, and it's just like we're trying to keep up with that. And so I think there's a lot of things, and blockchain is evolving so fast, which means your project is going to also have to evolve really fast, and just kind of staying up to date on a lot of these advancements are huge. And yeah, finding developers is definitely hard at this stage.
Yeah, we've kind of sidestepped that a little bit by the developers I added to my project were my brothers, so a little easy there.
How do you work with your brother?
It's fun. It's fun. That's all I'll say about that. But you do have some growing pains, of course, as you go through things, and especially as Algorand keeps on releasing new stuff. When Algorand first started, smart contracts weren't quite ready yet, so we were working towards using logic SIGs, and then it's like, okay, no, smart contracts are going to be available. So we actually postponed our launch so that we could just launch with smart contracts straight away. And then back then too, you were only able to have up to 1,000 assets per smart contract. So we kind of just built out our game, and then we waited. We made it so you can only mint 1,000 pirates. And then we said, sorry, you can't mint anymore until Algorand's update came out, where you could have unlimited assets. So as soon as that rolled out, we were ready and just started having a minting party with our players, basically. But yeah, you just kind of roll with the punches and just keep building a better product.
Yeah, that. I think as a developer, in this space, in blockchain, there's so many different limitations compared to traditional Web 2 development, for example, that you run into these roadblocks that, I'm sure when you were first designing your application, you didn't even think about the 1,000 asset limit or all these things, and they kind of come up, they can sneak up on you. If we have great documentation, but it's hard to read all of it, and it's hard to really, without getting hands-on experience, to really understand what sort of problems and what's the best way to think about solving those problems. So, if you guys could go back to the inception of your project, or the start of the project, is there anything you would basically tell your past self, what sort of information do you wish you would have known, either at like a technical level or like a business level? Basically, what kind of information you think would be helpful to like the younger versions of yourself, building out your projects?
Yeah, I'll repeat something James was saying. Talking to people more early and more often, I think, is important. If you're building something for somebody, and I mean, I'm just going to parrot what you said, is you need to know what they want, their pain points, and what you're solving is. So I think just even reaching out or even seeing what existing applications on Web 2 are doing will really help give a better idea. And so, it's going to save a lot of time and effort, I think, down the road when you start off with those customer conversations. And if I had to go back and say, hey, make sure you're building for the people who are actually going to use it.
Yeah, for us, look, there's a common, classic examples of technical debt that we kind of acquired at the start that is pain in the ass, 6 months or 12 months into it. But for us, I think one of the big mistakes that we didn't do is, or that we did, is that we didn't quite build a managed service till quite late. So one of the products that we have is customers will build their subquery project with us, which is a recipe for how you index data. It's like a pipeline, a data transformation pipeline. And then we kept asking these customers to run those projects themselves. And people were like, oh, I don't really want to run production infrastructure because that's a pain in the ass. If anyone here knows, managing DevOps is the most painful thing. DevOps people are a special breed. So for us, the mistake that we did was we didn't do that for a long time, and I think we could have made the lives of our customers a lot easier, and we should have listened to them more. It goes back to listening to your customers by building a managed service from the start.
Yeah, for us, one of the mistakes we made was we were just eager to build. So we built our Algorand pirate game, we built the marketplace, and we're building a launchpad. And then we kind of had like brand confusion from that. So what are you guys? Are you guys a pirate game? Are you a marketplace? So like right now we're having to deal with that and try to say, okay, well let's kind of give some space between these things. So if I could go back, that's what I would say. But I also agree with Abdul that being able to just talk and have collaborations with other developers, say, hey, this is what we're building, what are you building, let's find some overlap, let's find some way we can connect, and we can all grow together.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe something we did right, if I had to go back and say, thanks for doing it, is, there's tooling that you're missing, like, testing tooling, CI/CD, and DevOps. Having those infrastructure in place has really made our development easier once we've onboarded. I mean, we're up to 13 people now. I started doing a lot of developing. Now I don't do a lot of the developing, but it's just made our process so much faster because we're able to deliver new features a lot faster. We're able to test and make sure nothing is breaking. And I mean, for an Oracle, it's kind of important because Oracles are, going to be a main point of failure for a lot of applications. And so I think just making sure your tooling is properly set up to make you able to move faster down the road is crucial.
Yeah, definitely. So, hopefully everyone has learned as much as I have sitting on this panel. So I think it's about time to open it up to questions. So we're going to hand the mics down, and then you guys can ask questions for these guys up here.
Joe, what a great panel. Incredible stuff. Let's give them a round of applause. And since you're using your hands, let me see a show of hands of who are my developers here. Let me see all those hands in the air. So all these developers here, keep them holding up if you have a question. And we're going to come around and put the mic in your hand, and you'll be able to address some more questions up here.
Hi guys, great talk. So oftentimes when companies decide what layer 1 blockchain they want to, when companies want to build something using blockchain, the first question they ask is, what layer 1 blockchain do I use? So what do you think is the most important things, characteristics that companies should consider? And can you share a little bit about why you chose Algorand?
Yeah, for me, it was definitely the finality of Algorand. Be able to say a transaction is final in, I think, 3.7 seconds now is the new update, and the low transaction fees. It's like 0.001 algo. So to be able to say, okay, I have this protocol that provides me, I can send a transaction. This idea is just so cool to me to say, okay, if I send you Algorand, nobody in the entire world can move that out of your wallet except for you. And it only takes 4 seconds to get there. Whereas that's not the case on other blockchains, right? Like in other blockchains, there are circumstances where I could send you Ethereum, for example. It shows up in your wallet and you say, okay, I'm good. And then a couple minutes later, it's gone. And that's why you have that like 20 minutes to finality. So be able to say, look, I know that once something happens, I can rely on that. It's just, that's why we chose Algorand.
Yeah, and I mean, so we're talking to, banks in Europe, municipalities in the United States, insurance companies in Africa, and they're not talking about what they're building. They don't advertise it. They just build internally. So we're seeing a lot of government-based institutions, large institutions that are using Algorand. And we asked the exact same thing, by the way, why did you decide to go out with Algorand? And I think it goes back to the efficiency of the platform, how fast you can do things, the security of it, the finality, no forking. I think these are extremely important properties that large organizations, it's not a compromise. They won't compromise with these kinds of things. And so when we're seeing this kind of people building on the chain, it gives us the confidence that we were choosing the right chain to build our application on. And I think a lot of people have seen major announcements from these type of institutions as well. So I think that's really a good thing to keep in mind.
I think there's 3 things that I would look at if I was making that decision. Firstly, it's performance, which we've kind of discussed and is moot, really. Algorand's there in terms of that. Secondly, I think it's underestimated, and I've said this many times. It's like, as a new developer, I've never developed in blockchain before. I'm trying to pick which one is the easiest to. The documentation's there, examples are there. Like I can see a kind of a workshop that kind of does some of the things of what I want to do. It makes my life easier. And then finally, the third and final one is who's already there, the community. Are users there, are potential users there, but are also other projects that are sufficiently complex and have done kind of similar things there. So can I be confident that it's possible to do this on Algorand? So those 3 things are, I think, what goes through most people's minds when they're deciding on what chain to go to and what we should look at and focus on with Algorand.
Outstanding. We've got another question right here.
Hi, thank you. So my question is to Subquery and Goracle. Does your application exist outside the chain, which sort of allows you to create one super indexer which indexes all the blockchain, Algorand? So do you aspire to become the Google of sort of blockchain ecosystem, which is a centralized entry point into the blockchain ecosystem? Do we see the cycle repeats? Because the internet was decentralized until Google came and indexes all the information. Now you guys are apparently doing the same thing.
It's a common analogy, yeah. For us, it's around, we are focusing quite heavily on like multi-chain indexing, so how you can index multiple chains at once. Because if you look at analytics and like Nansen and Chainalysis have done a good job here, I think the next kind of big piece there is not just tracking what happens on one chain, but what happens across these different chains. If we kind of think 5 years in the future, that interoperability between chains is going to be there and I can move my pirates from Algorand to somewhere else potentially, I want to be able to see that happen. I want to be able to understand that and the user experience there to be there. So it's a big challenge for us and it's a big focus for us is on the interoperability piece. The big projects in Web 2, the biggest companies in Web 2, basically solely exist because they can utilize, analyze, and monetize data well. Okay, hate to say it, but Facebook and Google are only there because they can manage data well. And so data, my belief is going to be just as important in Web 3.
Yeah, I think the job of Oracle is specifically to provide the infrastructure for customers to access off-chain data and for data providers to allow their data to be sold on-chain in a trustless manner so that customers don't have to trust that one person might corrupt the data. And so I don't think we want to be anything. We just want to build that and then just step away, make it as decentralized as possible, and it's literally just an infrastructure. So it's almost like a layer 2. Everything's verified on-chain, and how things happen in our layer 2 is verified on-chain, but ultimately we're just kind of that piece of infrastructure, almost like a middleware between data providers and customers.
Hello.
Oh, okay. Hi guys. So my question is, so when I'm developing on smart contracts, I predominantly use PyTeal, and I'm just curious to know what you guys use. If you use Reach, PyTeal, or Teal, what do you think the benefits are of each? What are your opinions?
So Algorand, we use PyTeal as well. I think the benefit of understanding the blockchain at this low level is you can really get away with building whatever is in your dream in your smart contract. You can say, you know, sometimes I feel like when you have like too much abstraction, you kind of lose like the magic of the blockchain. And I think we've kind of touched on this here, but developing smart contracts is a very different paradigm than in doing normal like Web 2 development. In my mind, I almost envision it as like you have a transaction coming in, you need to verify it. And so it's almost like you start with the world and you need to like filter down to make sure that the transaction is exactly like what you're expecting. And for me, to be able to like take that understanding, it just seems better to be able to do that at the PyTeal level. So, and we've never actually like even looked into Reach because we found just such success with PyTeal.
Yeah, we're big fans of Reach. We started out building a lot on Reach, and when we do our hackathons and we're trying to get applications to onboard quickly, I think it's going to be huge when they start using Reach, because they're going to be able to build cool applications using JavaScript or Python or whatever they're most comfortable with. So we're big fans of Reach, but I think what we needed low-level access. We do use PyTeal in the majority of our application, and I think, you know, it's going to be use case dependent. I think once you kind of see the best of both worlds, you'll know which one you want to use.
Miguel, I don't know. What about you? What do you think?
Well, wonderful. Joe, just a wonderful panel. I want to thank our guests here on the panel, talking through everything about developing here on Algorand. I think it's wonderful. You know, at me on the developer relations team, it's really nice to hear from the developers about how they got into it, the fact that they're using those developer documentations, that they're finding success, that they can come through an accelerator, they could come in through the GitHub grants, they could come in from outside of the Algorand ecosystem and build success. They can use multiple tools in order to do that. You know, we, Algorand, are here to meet you as a developer where you are at, whichever language you want to build in. We have the tools to help you do that. These are some wonderful examples of being able to do that. Now, I want to get one question here, a fun fact right here. How many unique NFTs has the AlgoSeas project?
We have like 19,500 right now, and we're pushing to get to 20,000 in the next couple of days. So
that's awesome. All right. Well, congratulations on that. That's huge. That's unique. Every single one of those is different, right? That's pretty awesome. Joe, thank you very much for bringing your panel. I want to say thank you as you guys head off the stage. We're going to reset this stage for the next set. So again, do you want to do the closing here? Thank your guests, and we'll get everybody off.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thank you guys. And if you're interested to learn more about their projects, definitely check them out. So Abdul from Goracle, James from Subquery, and Austin from Algorand. They're all awesome projects, and as you've hopefully learned today, you know, these are people that can tell you more about what building on Algorand is like. So definitely go up to them, ask them questions, or ask myself questions, and check out their projects. They're building some cool stuff. So thanks, everyone.
All right, thanks everyone. Algo devs out there, that's awesome. Giving a big round of applause here to these devs. We're going to take just a couple of moments here to reset the stage for our next panel. I want to invite those in the back, standing room only. We do have, rest your legs right up in here, some seats available for you if you'd like to come forward and join us here. That would be wonderful. Of course, we have some other fun things happening in the Algorand ecosystem. Just last week, FIFA launched their FIFA Plus Connect. I hope that you guys have all had an opportunity to go and get an NFT of the moment from either the World Cup or the Women's World Cup. Very exciting. Lots of NFTs coming available and being all created here on the Algorand blockchain. That's just one example of Algorand working with large enterprise customers, transitioning their users from Web 2 into Web 3. And that's what Algorand is really all about doing at this point. We are building out solutions so that you guys can build for your customers in Web3. All right, next up, we are going to switch to our panel here. We're going to bring up, we're going to go to our next panel. There, yes, we are. Here we are. All right, so our next panel is the Napster Fireside Chat. And let me just do this. Excuse me. All right. I have Nidor Mansour, former partner at Arrington Capital, who will be chatting with John Vasopoulos, CEO at Napster. So welcome to the stage, both of you gentlemen.
Hey everyone, thanks for coming down. We have the honor today of sitting with John and running through basically what he's doing with Napster. He joined very recently and he brings a wealth of experience from Web 2 into Web 3. And he basically wants to bring all of that into Napster and the ecosystem. So why don't we start off, John, why don't you tell us about yourself, sort of the robust history you've had in Web 2 music and sort of how that's relevant to your switch today.
Cool. Good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, to everyone in Singapore, I have a soft spot for Singapore. It was the first ever Asian country that I visited in 1992. So I've been back since, but it's good to be back in Singapore. So my history with Napster dates back to the late 90s, early 2000s. I used to work in the music industry, and there was a little company called Napster, the original Napster, with Sean Fanning, that was trying to disrupt the music industry back then. I worked for Bertelsmann, the parent company of BMG, and we lent them some money, and we tried to bring a Napster 2.0 back then to market, negotiated with the major labels. We nearly got there. It was a small team of us. My colleague went on to a little company called Apple, so he's been running Apple Music for the last 19 years. And I went off to do different things, but the Napster that we nearly came out with, that we never showed publicly, I still think is cooler than anything that's come since. So I recently left Roblox, this company in the metaverse, and was trying to retire, and then met good people from Nanor's old company and some other investors, and they said, Napster is ready to go again. Are you interested in kind of recharging it? So it was too good to pass up. We changed the industry, I think, 20 years ago and allowed streaming to come to market with companies like Spotify. So I think there's a moment in time now for major innovation that we can disrupt the market again for the next 20 years to reset the table.
So it seems like the perfect revenge arc. John is back from the dead to bring Napster
the
back.
kitty is back, right?
Exactly,
It has nine lives.
Exactly. So John, why don't you talk us through, maybe we can set the stage. John, maybe you can spend a few minutes talking about how sort of Web 2 music works and sort of the gaps and plugs in that and where sort of Napster can eventually fit in and sort of solve these issues. I know that the sort of Web 2 space is, or at least Web 3 music space is vastly sort of underinvested. So maybe dive into that and tell us about your thoughts there.
Yep, I'll talk about that and also the parallel to Roblox and the things we did there with music in the metaverse. So, and by the way, I think it's interesting that before Web 3 was talked about, no one really talked about Web 2. So anyway, but I will talk about Web 2, aka streaming industry. So everyone, it's bizarrely not complicated. So back then, around 2000, all of us were looking to shift all the PowerPoints that we had back in the day was like digital has to be more efficient than CDs, right? And we're saving all the costs. So it was a different shift in terms of the model back then. It was really physical to digital. So we hoped back then Napster was a community of 60, 70 million people and growing, and it really was a music community. So people were chatting, people were meeting each other, people were discovering crazy amounts of music. It was distributed, it was peer-to-peer. It was super exciting. So what we had hoped would happen is that streaming would take on some of that community, would take on some of that excitement, but streaming, honestly, just got a little bit boring, right? So mainly streaming is a commodity-based experience where come to Napster, stream whatever you want. We have 100 million tracks in terms of the current business. And that's generally it. There's great playlists, but it's more about a solitary consumption experience. So that's streaming. And as you've probably been hearing in the press from artists, generally the long tail of artists, apart from a small group, don't get paid very much, right? So they have to supplement their income with touring. Touring has obviously been difficult the last number of years, so it's quite difficult. And I think artists are not just, they don't see themselves as just being represented as people who make a 3 or 4 minute song, but they're becoming more multifaceted with sort of artistic endeavors and video endeavors and and having their opinions on all different things. So they're more creative 360 as opposed to just music. So what we did when I was at Roblox, this metaverse company, there was a group of us joining. In the beginning, we were like less than 100 people, and the general mission of the company at Roblox was a UGC community. It was fueled kind of with a virtual currency, but it wasn't an official kind of cryptocurrency. We had Robux in the ecosystem, and I was charged with how can we make this ecosystem more exciting with things like entertainment and bringing brands into the space. So 3 years ago, it feels like where Web3 music is now, we were metaverse music 3 years ago. So a little story about how that came to bear. Back then, no one really knew what it was. So the labels didn't know what it was, artists, fans didn't know what it was. Roblox as a platform was a little resistant because it was something new, and the technical team was afraid we would break the platform if we did these things like concerts, which I thought was a good way to bring that parallel of music industry and live and excitement to what was happening on Roblox with millions of people coming together on a daily basis. So I had a friend at Sony, and there was a little artist called Lil Nas X, and he'd come out with a song called Old Town Road, so we decided he might be a good guy to focus on to do our first concert. Trouble was, no one knew how to build a concert, produce a concert, what was going to happen. So it was a good, I think, again, with the whole industry coming together, there were 80 colleagues cross-functioning at Roblox from all different teams, developer teams and technical teams and partner teams, legal teams and creative teams. And then we worked with the management, the label. I spun up a new production company on the fly because no one had ever produced a virtual concert before. And we managed by hook or by crook over like 6 months to get this thing live. And when it was live, we reached 40 million people with the event who came together around the world. And it became our first sort of like landmark moment, watershed moment at Roblox, where then Dave, our founder, could talk about it in the press, and everyone started realizing, that's what metaverse music is. And then after that, we started rolling out a bunch more events and concerts, and recently we've launched Spotify and iHeartRadio. So it kind of became a thing. But it took, going from 0 to 2, no one really knew what it was, everyone coming together in the ecosystem, starting to have material examples of how it could be successful creatively for artists, creative commercially, or successful commercially. So we made NAS tens of millions of dollars, and KSI and Zara Larson. So there was a whole new ecosystem around virtual merchandise or virtual items. Similar-ish, right, to NFTs, but on Roblox we didn't call them NFTs because we had our own closed kind of community. So I think now as we look at Napster going forward, I feel we're at this kind of 3 years ago mark where there's actually slightly better off because there's some great momentum in the ecosystem. Maybe some of you out there already have some interesting angles to music that we can talk about. So we launched Napster Ventures yesterday, so we're looking to invest in and support Web3 music companies. But we feel now we're on that similar 3-year journey to all come together as an industry, labels, artists, the people that I worked with before, great at Napster, our investors, and the developer community to kind of start having these consumer successes over the next 3 years to bring music mainstream in Web3.
Well, it's fascinating that you built metaverse music as a concept when NFTs and the general Web3 industry was pretty small, 3 years ago, even prior to sort of emergence of crypto-based metaverse type projects. So why don't we move on to the next step, which is how you think Napster itself will enable sort of Web3 artists and musicians, and in particular how Napster Ventures can sort of bootstrap a lot of these sort of Web3 type either projects or enable this new industry.
Sure. So I think Roblox, in theory, was a gaming platform, and then you've got Sandbox and Decentraland. I think gaming has taken more of the mind share and certainly more of the investment. So in 2021, I think gaming took $4 billion of investment. Web3 music took about $300 million. This year is meant to be $10 billion for gaming, and who knows what it'll be for Web3 music. So generally, it feels like Web3 music has been overlooked and heavily underinvested. We're hoping we can change that with Napster and this ecosystem in terms of Napster Ventures to raise the profile of Web3 music. I think personally that having worked in both, that Web3 music, or let's call it the evolution of music, should be equally, if not more relevant to mainstream the whole Web3 market. And if you think about the use cases that have happened in gaming, a lot of it has been around prospecting. So buying something, play to earn, And a lot of the people getting in there have been more investor mindset. I think in terms of driving a consumer market, you need the fans, you need the passionate users. So if you think about, the 1,000 fan notions on Napster and in the music industry in general, we have millions of artists with thousands of fans. So we think it's perfectly set up to create not a speculative market, which I think has been a lot in the market so far, where there's been, of the 35 billion with NFTs, I think average ARPU is 750, 800, bucks. It's a lot of money, right? It's not a music fan. What we did at Roblox, we had millions and millions of people buying items for $1, $2, $5. So these were the fans who really wanted to connect in a fun way with their favorite DJs, David Guetta or whoever, Glass Animals and Zara Larsson, like whoever they were passionate about. It was small items that they could represent their identity and then connect in a deeper way. So I think that same trend, from a Napster ecosystem perspective, we think is going to come to music, whereas we come out with a token in 2023, and you'll see some drops. The Napster Kitty, watch out for the Napster Kitty drop coming soon. So we're going to do some, maybe with Metallica as a whole bookend 360. We've got Lars drumsticks on the 3D Kitty. Anyway, so NFTs leading up to the token in 2023, we think that music inherently as an ecosystem is perfect for quote-unquote Web3 or the evolution, which is really fandom, right? If we take away the buzzwords, it's people wanting to connect more intimately and closely with artists that they love and other fans. So the rewards that you can earn, if you make a great playlist, you might get some tokens. If you share a beat, that someone incorporates, there's a whole ecosystem around that. If you kind of back an artist that does well, if you're the first fan, I love an artist or a band called Sad Night Dynamite. So if I happen to be early on that band, I get cred and I can represent it. So part of it is representing me as my identity, which is how we all operate as human beings. So I think that's natural in an ecosystem as people connect. And then I think an artist trying to get discovered is kind of a gamified experience and fans discovering the artist. So hopefully we can create through this ecosystem in an organic way that the tokens have value as opposed to being more for prospecting, which it feels like has been where it's happened up to now.
Well, it does feel like the real opportunity is to bring the fans inherently closer to the artists and sort of close that gap. At least today, it feels like the industry, or at least the music industry, is so divided. I mean, there's a big Pareto principle sort of playing out. All the top artists make a lot of the revenues, and I think there is opportunity to sort of employ crypto economics and base Web3 design to sort of bring that out to even longer tail people.
Yep. I mean, I went the other night to see a band called The Script at the indoor stadium, great band, and with another artist, Andrea, opening, and that was 7,000 people going absolutely bananas for this band. And again, I think the live industry, also within the music industry, you've had age-old business models where each area has been siloed, and it doesn't make sense. So I think the other thing that we're hopefully going to do at Napster is to center everything around the fan, not around business models. So all those people who are passionate about The Script paid $150 for the ticket, had a great experience, but left with nothing. And that was a great opportunity to have a collectible or a reward or to unlock something on Napster that they could listen to later, get some cred. And then all those fans, the other thing that we discovered at Roblox was community. So all the people coming together on Roblox, the 40 million people for Lil Nas X, 20 million people for KSI, et cetera, they were all fans of the music, and it was a great way for them to connect with each other and bring community. So streaming has been very solitary as an experience. So we think, again, tapping some of that live experience where live will connect with a streaming community, which will connect with kind of virtual items outside music. I think all of that then comes together to create a new model that is not sort of siloed on the old models that came about more for business reasons, not for kind of fan and artist reasons. So hopefully then that notion, if I have a band that I love and I'm, there's not that many fans who are fans of it, you can still, Lenore, to your point, be sustaining and support the band by tipping or buying anything that they put out, their art, their music, meet and greets. So hopefully it should support, again, excitement in the music industry and make music a passion again, as opposed to being more background as it has been up to now.
Well, the beautiful thing is you guys have a very solid Web2 base already. I think over, 100 million songs, over 1 million subscribers already. So you already have this sort of Web2 base to bootstrap development of Algorand, and also integrating a lot of the new mechanisms. Like I would imagine NFTs will eventually roll out on Napster. You'll have artists that are able to sort of reward their fans directly through the platform. And a lot of this innovation sort of it's all existed siloed beyond, these music platforms. John, do you want to dive into, I guess, your plans, over the next, 6 to 12 months for Napstar in terms of your, what direction you'll take the company, and then in terms of even hiring, Web3 developers and within specifically the Algorand ecosystem, given the sort of the place we are now?
Yeah, I think Ryan was talking about the Web 2 to Web 3. So in terms of considering after Roblox, I had different offers from public companies and private companies. I was trying to retire, but clearly there's too much going on in the industry to do that. So I think the attractive point for me of Napster is, number one, it's a great brand. So we reach 67 million people who are now probably age 30 to 55. So it's a good chunk of people in the industry. It's an iconic brand, actually stood for something. It was a movement. Number two, to Nanor's point, I think the success in the space will come from companies that are, I call them hybrid, let's call them Web 2.5. So the great thing with Napster is we have an existing foothold. We've been around for 20 years. We have all the rights, which is a great defensive mechanism in the music space. We have rights with all the indies directly, which is unusual. It's not impossible to replicate, but it's pretty impossible. So that's a good defensive point. And I think users and fans want that, right? So I think the successful plays in a lot of these new consumer businesses will be around areas of interest that they're already active in. So ticketing, they're already buying tickets. How can you expand that? Streaming, they're already streaming. How can you expand that? So we think having that, cruise ship versus dinghy in terms of Napster is a great way to bring a lot of the innovation and technology to the mainstream, as opposed to being, unfortunately, too small, where it's difficult to really have the artist trust that you're going to be around. And so Napster's been around for 20 years. So in terms of the developer community, what we're looking to do now, we're probably going to bring in some companies in-house through M&A, some exciting companies in Web3 music. We want to invest in some. We're looking to hire and sort of change our DNA a little bit, so get more developers from the Web3 community, maybe in this room, into the company. And I think what we're trying to do, what we did at Roblox, is every month or so, we'll have a beat, right? So maybe we'll start with a Napster Kitty NFT drop, and then we'll start with artist-specific drops, and then we'll start maybe with the marketplace, and then we'll come to the token. So these partnerships hopefully will start to prove out the vision that we're kind of rolling against, and act as lighthouse examples to the rest of the industry of how it can be done. So that's the general plan. I think the great thing, again, as we've said before, unlike 3 years ago in metaverse music, there weren't all the great examples of the developer community. It was pretty ground zero. So I think the nice thing now, there are some great companies that have been out there, but it's tough to build a new brand, right? So it's tough. Some people have got 10,000 users and they've made like $2 or $3 million. Amazing, right? But I think to get to that 100,000 users, 1 million users is tough. So hopefully, again, we can collaborate, acquire, come together as a community, and really, next year, I think it's possible we'll raise a much bigger round. We just announced a round this week around my joining, and get us a little bit more parallel with Web3 gaming, to bring all of this, to the mainstream, and hopefully support, again, a lot of the developers in the room who can partner with us or be part of that ecosystem.
Well, I guess as well, there's a real opportunity to bootstrap new artists, new up-and-coming artists that I guess maybe have a few fans that are interesting, that are maybe trending on the platform, etc. So you guys are also planning to launch a development fund, right? Or a artist support and development fund. Why don't you walk us through, I guess, the types of grants and the type of support you'll be providing the artists?
Yeah, that'd be great. And I think then we're going to questions after that, maybe. So yeah, I think in partnership with Algorand, so Algorand has great support of this community, and I think we talked to Sean about it. So we're going to be having a fund for supporting Web3 artists. So we're already independent focused as Napster, so we have these direct relationships with all the independents. So if you are a Web3 artist, please contact us, or if you know any, and we'll be starting to find ways that we can support with marketing in partnership with Algorand to make sure whatever your project is, you have support technically with Algorand and their ecosystem, maybe connecting to other developers, connecting with Napster and getting some promotion and marketing. So again, the more successes I think we have collectively as an industry, the more things there are for other people to follow and point to, and the more kind of we grow and get closer to that mainstream adoption.
So if there's any rappers in the audience, this is the man to talk to. Questions?
There we go. Fascinating stuff. Quick question on advice for CEO founders. Going back to Roblox a bit. When you're seeing something, nobody else is seeing it, 2 years out, you need little NASDAQs to take you seriously, payment providers to take you seriously. What do you do when you've got the vision, you've got a team of 80? How do you maintain that vision in a time when the industry doesn't quite get it yet?
So I think, you know, it sounds like you're a founder. I've been a founder as have a fund. So I think it's persistence, right? So you've got to keep going through. If you're passionate about the vision, you talk to a lot of people that don't get it, investors don't get it, but eventually you find one that does. So I think it's not being deflated when you get the one go, oh, it's no good, oh, it's no good, it's no good. And you just realize they're the ones who don't get it. So it was the same thing we had with artists. There were some artists we talked to that, Roblox is not the right demo. And even Nas, the first time we talked to him, he was a meme kid. And he initially was like, I don't know, it's maybe a little young. So then I got him to go and talk to his cousins. I said, go talk to your cousins. They're like teenagers. And he came back and goes, yeah, man, I want to do it. They said it'd be cool if Uncle Nas does the show on Roblox. And he realized that the credibility that it had. So, you know, I think it's just working every angle. And I think it doesn't have to be a little Nas X. Remember, he then was not now, right? He's now risen to much higher level of fame. So he was a smaller artist back then. And didn't have the same status. So I think if you've got a bunch of people passion over size, so if they're passionate and really support your vision, and even if they're not the biggest partner or whatever, I think go for them, and then you kind of build a little groundswell and can keep hopping to be bigger. So yeah, but best of luck.
Do we have other questions? Here we are.
Hello. I just realized I've asked so many questions. Sorry to be that guy. And before I do ask my question, I've just realized I also didn't give a shout out to my team. So a quick shout out to the Algorand Center of Excellence back at UCT in South Africa. Those are the people that I'm representing. Anyway, so to my question. So I think it's one thing for the industry and investors, stakeholders to be sort of, against new ideas such as this. But it's also another entirely separate issue when I think the community is against the idea. And just interestingly, I've realized that I'm a huge gamer, and I've noticed that the gaming community has been very much against Web3 and NFTs. And I'm just curious to know if you foresee this sort of backlash from the music community, or has there been any sort of backlash?
That's a great question. So look, I think going back to my point earlier, where it feels like a lot of the gaming push around NFTs. Remember, at Roblox, we didn't have NFTs per se. We had Robux and we had collectible items that we call limiteds. So we had an effective ecosystem with an effective virtual currency, but not Web3 or cryptocurrency. So we were within a metaverse ecosystem, and everyone loved that. So our whole gaming ecosystem, if you look at a microcosm, a lot of the community never cashed out their Robux. So they kept it as a liquid currency within the Roblox ecosystem. They paid each other, they made money, they spent it back in the ecosystem on advertising. So there was a fluid ecosystem existing as a microcosm. In terms of the push for how does Web3 and NFTs fit in traditional gaming, again, I'm not a core gamer, I'm a core music guy, but I worked in an interactive entertainment company masquerading as gaming, really metaverse. And I think where it doesn't feel organic to the experience and you're kind of pushing it in to the gameplay, and it's like, what does it really add? I think that's the pushback from the community on the gaming side. I think in music, again, to my point, it's different. We're not asking people. I don't want investors necessarily coming into Napster like big whales. I want fans. So we want to empower fans. There'll be rewards that you can earn. So it'll be like just by doing things that you do as a fan, you will get things of value without having to do anything. So it's almost the antithesis of gaming. Just by being a great fan and by being the first fan in Singapore or the first fan in South Africa, you might get something in your Napster profile, which is now a wallet. And then, the more you want to connect with an artist or support an artist that you're already passionate about, you can maybe again tip them and support them. So it feels music is a much more natural framework in terms of fandom than gaming, where you're kind of trying to interject. Because I'm not yet passionate about a game, but I am passionate about artists, and I think. the notion of the $35 billion of money that's been spent on NFTs, primarily sports, NBA Top Shots and art. If I put a gun to each of your heads and said, name 10 modern digital artists, some of you might die. I would die, right? But if I said, name 10 music artists, I think we would all live. So it feels like that passion is not something you need to force, but it's organic. So that's why so far everyone has been super responsive, from major labels, indie labels, artists, which we didn't have, ironically, with Napster 20 years ago. The tech community was into it, fans were into it, but labels and artists were not quite there. Now all the winds are blowing in the right direction, which is why we think we're going to have hopefully more. We're not against gaming, but certainly as much success as gaming, if not kind of beat them to the punch of that first consumer success story that's not just prospecting and collectibles.
Right, good stuff. Here's a question.
Congratulations, John. Quick question on Web 2 to Web 3 transition for Napster. I've been a Napster user in late 90s. So right now I represent a B2B SaaS company trying to move into blockchain. So what part of the user profiles are you going to transition to Web 3, and what are your considerations? Because in gaming or music, you use a lot of pseudonyms. That's okay. But you also have a lot of personally identifiable information. So as you transition, how do you think about that?
Yeah, so I think at a high level, we'll come out with examples more specifically over the coming months. But if you think about a profile, I think that the more we can all get away from like jargon, Web 2 and Web 3 and wallets and this, that. I mean, as a music fan, if it's suddenly I log into my Napster again and I have some goodies in my profile and it says, hey, you've unlocked this and you've got this, and I'm like that. You got a behind the scenes shout out from your favorite artist, and you've got this token and this NFT or whatever is in there, and you're like, that's great. I didn't entirely know what it is, but that's great. So I think the more we can take the jargon out and just allow on the back end this transition, which is great with the Algorand background, to make things that they already know, making sure their information is kept safe, and that's what we're doing at the moment in terms of that transition on the back end. We think we can start to have things appear more organically versus having it be this huge shift that they're going from something that they were comfortable with to something new and scary. So things will just start appearing in the service and like adjacent to the service that they'll start to see value, hopefully, without calling it anything. So I think I'm very bullish on wallets. It's a great way to communicate with fans, and I think as much as those artists can have that relationship, we can empower it with technology and through partners. That seems to be the first way, and that was the examples again at Roblox. All the money that we made for the music industry was not around music. It was around adjacent stuff that we called virtual merchandise. So I think it's similar with Napster, and we're also not ruling out Napster Land, right, or something, or a metaverse version where people can have a 3D experience as well.
I think we have time for one more question. All right, with that, I want to come up here and thank our guests here, Nino Mansell and John Vasopoulos. Thank you very much for telling us a little bit about what's going on at Napster. It was wonderful to have you guys both here on the stage. Adri, come on up.
All right. Thank you, guys. So it's lunchtime.
That's right.
Right?
Yes, for everybody who's here in the Algorand Developer Greenhouse, we have lunch available through 12:15. That's about a half an hour more. It's available here at the back of the lecture hall, and then we'll come back up and continue our discussion. Thanks to everybody who's joining us online as well. We want to encourage you to make sure that you are using our hashtag DevGreenhouse and tweeting on your favorite social media platform.
I've been loving reading your tweets through the morning, and we will see you back in an hour.
Sounds good. Thanks, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome. Here we are. Welcome back. We're getting there. I still don't hear it.
Welcome.
Welcome back.
Welcome, 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 welcome.
And welcome back. GM. It's still GM
Welcome
right
back.
here in Singapore. Welcome back, everybody, to
Welcome
the.
back.
Adri, how are you going?
I'm doing really well. It's, after lunch.
Yes.
And I had a really good time with that fried rice. It was really nice.
Nice, wonderful. We had, yes. Well, we had a great opening session of our Tech Talks this morning. And this afternoon, we're going to continue along with that here in the Algorand Developer Greenhouse. We have a series of individual talks and panels, many things to inspire you to build.
Inspiring, that's what Developer Greenhouse is all about. The Tech Talks are here to inspire you to build in our ecosystem and be a part of the Algo fam.
Right, and tomorrow we're going to continue right here in the Algorand Developer Greenhouse. We're going to convert this into the Hack Shack. And these chairs will go away, and we're going to bring in desks, and we're going to be able to have workshops. So if you are a builder, we want to invite you to come back tomorrow to the Hack Shack, as we will be kicking off another developer hackathon, a virtual hackathon for the next couple of weeks. So come on back and build with us here on Algorand.
Indeed. And who do we have first this afternoon, Ryan?
Well, before we bring up our next guest,
Oh, okay.
I want to make sure that we remind all of our guests here, joining us here in the Developer Greenhouse, that we have Wi-Fi available. That is Algorand Developer Greenhouse. And the password for that is all lowercase, one word, Dev Greenhouse.
And that's very important because you can use that Wi-Fi to go on social media and Twitter and use hashtag DevGreenhouse to talk to the whole world about what you're learning here today.
Nice. So all we got to do is we just get out our. Should we do a little selfie right here? Should we show them how to do it? Oh yeah. Nice.
We're taking
All right.
a selfie. All right.
And then don't forget now to take that and post that on social media. All right. To kick off our afternoon sessions here on the Tech Talks, I want to welcome to the stage Matthew Riley. He is a senior engineer at Applied Blockchain, and he's going to be talking to us about the London Bridge. And this is using Algorand state-proof technology. So some very exciting things that Matthew is going to come up to the stage and tell us all about.
Welcome, Matthew.
Is this on? Oh, yeah, good. So this is one of the first times I've actually used a handheld mic. So any times I sort of blow out your eardrums because it's either too close or it's too far away and you can't hear me, please just shout at me and go, hey, the mic's too far away from you. But hello, thank you all also for inviting me. This is my first ever time in Asia, so it's quite an exciting experience, even though I'm struggling somewhat with the humidity. And I'm here as one of the senior developers at Applied Blockchain who are working on the London Bridge product. And I'm here to explain to you what the London Bridge is, and specifically how we've incorporated state proofs into the overall design. So sort of the outline of the talk is that I'll be sort of introducing what bridges are, why we would want to use them in the first place, give sort of an architectural overview of the London Bridge product, and then take a deep dive to explore where, why, and how we incorporate state proofs into the London Bridge. Now, hopefully, when I click next, it goes next. Brilliant. So first of all, who are we? So I work for Applied Blockchain, and we're a company of about a team of about 100 developers, sort of split between the United Kingdom and Portugal, with our main offices in London and Porto. And since 2015, we've been developing blockchain applications for a wide range of different companies and sizes, from very small startups to very large companies like Shell, for example. And really, we're just a team of techies. We love blockchain because of the technology behind it. We nerd out about it. And that's why, really, since the inception of Algorand, we've been developing applications on Algorand. Why? Because as techies, we really are interested in the technology underpinning Algorand. We're big proponents of it. We enjoy nerding out and talking about things like state proofs, ZK snarks, proof of stake, and things like that. And also, it's quite an exciting blockchain to be a partner with, because as we've seen today with as we've seen today with state proofs, Algorand are continually at the edge of technological innovation in the blockchain space. So really, it comes as no surprise to say that really Algorand is part of the DNA of Applied Blockchain. And so therefore, we're really proud to say that we are an Algorand partner. Indeed, the London Bridge was supported by an Algorand Foundation grant, including some of our other products. And I hope during today's talk, I can really sort of let you in on what it really means to be an Algorand partner, because certainly we've been actively communicating with people like Noah and the rest of the team about what state proofs are. Obviously, we had to learn it for ourselves. It really is the best way to incorporate them into our bridge in the most secure way possible. So why do we need bridges? So as the popularity of blockchains has increased, there have become more and more layer 1 blockchains, which generally reside in their own little island, with no native way, really, to establish secure communication channels between those blockchains. And by communication channels, I really mean ways to transfer assets, token data, etc. So, but on one hand, interoperability seems to be one of the key words of this today's sessions, and that is really driven by the fact that we're more turning into a multi-chain world. Hello? It seems to keep. Does it keep on cutting in and out? Okay, right. I'm just trying to speak a bit louder. But we're really going to a multi-chain world where people who develop on. It's a bit freaking out. Where we develop applications on not just one blockchain, but we really want to leverage the users and liquidity on several blockchain ecosystems. But in order to do that, we need to have strong interoperability protocols in order to do that securely. So one of those particular type of interoperability solutions would be something like a bridge. So to discuss sort of what a bridge is, we're going to take the trustless model, and it's called trustless because the bridge is really all the logic in the bridge is underdone in the blockchains themselves, so there's no more trust required outside of the trust you have in the blockchains. So let's imagine we've got someone who wants to transfer £10 of their X tokens on blockchain X, and in the end of it, have £10 of Y tokens on blockchain Y. So the general process is that they would deposit £10 of X tokens in a smart contract on blockchain X, which would then lock those tokens. And that's really important. And the reason to try and understand that, just try and think of what happens if you didn't lock those tokens. If you didn't lock those tokens and blockchain Y then just minted £10 worth of Y tokens, the person using the bridge would still have £10 of tokens on blockchain X and £10 of tokens on blockchain Y. So instead of transferring tokens, they've just duplicated tokens. And printing money isn't really what we're about in this industry. So we have to lock the tokens on blockchain X first. And therefore, blockchain Y, before they mint, has to be reasonably confident that on blockchain X, those original tokens have indeed been locked. And so in sort of the general overview of this kind of process is that blockchain X would generate a proof that those tokens have been locked. That would be sent then to blockchain Y, who then, using that proof, basically asks yes or no questions to that proof, basically going, hey, have these tokens been locked on blockchain X? And if you get a yes answer back, blockchain Y then mints those tokens. So I've titled this as deceptively simple because there's been two assumptions I've made here. One is that blockchain X has the technological capability of generating such proof. And the second is that the cost of the verification directly on blockchain Y is palpable enough for consumers to use the bridge itself. So here I'm really thinking about case studies where you'd be bridging to something like Ethereum with gas fees, and that could be a prohibitively costly step. So what's happened is that bridges have sort of created some middlemen in between blockchain X and blockchain Y. And without going into too much details, they could either be a single operator or they could be a committee. And essentially, they form a consensus about the current state of blockchain X. Then blockchain Y would ask those middlemen, basically, has that token been locked? And those middlemen really sort of replace blockchain X with respect to in the eyes of blockchain Y, because now the source of truth about the state of blockchain X is coming from those middlemen. Now that obviously increases the level of trust you need to have in the bridge. And although some of them could be implemented securely, a lot of them aren't. So we have this position in this sort of ecosystem where we have lots of blockchains underpinned by very strong cryptographic technologies, but then are linked together by these quite rickety bridges, as someone mentioned earlier. And this is a concern because currently there's about 320 million, $30 billion, let's get the correct magnitudes, $30 billion locked up in these bridges. So it's a bit concerning that some of them are, from a security perspective, a bit dodgy. And indeed, hackers have also noticed that. So what's happened this year is really the annus horribilis of the blockchain token bridge industry, is that we've had a number of high-profile hacks. And these hacks have made their way to mainstream media. They've grabbed attention simply for the headline data point that nearly $2 billion have been hacked from bridges year to date. And this was, inevitable. And so Adi, our CEO at Applied Blockchain, was talking about this at Decipher in November, is that if you have insecure bridging technology, you are far more likely to be hacked. And considering the amount of liquidity in these tokens, it's really prime game for hackers in terms of trying to get some money out of the blockchain world. So really, we want to go back to the original trustless model, where the bridge is really residing in the blockchains themselves, not relying on these trusted intermediates. And so here we have to solve those two problems I was talking about before. Does blockchain X have the required technology to generate a proof? And also, is that proof, in terms of verification and cost, able to be done on blockchain Y cheaply enough? So Algorand's state proofs solve the first problem for all proof-of-stake blockchains. So really, the state proofs really are just sort of like an interoperability protocol for those proof-of-stake blockchains, which allows them to establish secure communication channels between other blockchains without recourse to these trusted intermediates. But those state proofs are still a little bit too expensive to be verified directly on a chain like Ethereum. So Algorand are working on that solution with ZK Snarks. But in the meantime, we're happy to announce, talk about today, rather, London Bridge version 1.0, which, as well as leveraging the state proofs technology by Algorand, we've sort of included also Intel SGX enclave technology. And this basically is just secure, cryptographically secure pieces of memory in your CPU, which cannot be accessed from the outside, so it provides verifiable, trustable, and tamper-proof execution of code. And we have that residing inside the enclaves, and so we can take that verification code from running on Ethereum, for example, and place that in an enclave. And therefore, that reduces the actual real-life cost in transferring your assets across a bridge. Now, there is obviously an increase in trust from the trustless model. We're obviously not just using blockchains anymore, but that trust is tied into the technology underpinning Intel SGX technology, which has been an established trusted execution environment solution for many years in the hardware security industry. So it's not quite as bad as some of the other bridges, which is basically the trust is based on a couple of guys coming up with a protocol. So just sort of like the 4 pillars of the version 1.0, we rely on secure enclave technology. And so key point here is that you can hide secrets inside your SGX, and one of those secrets is a private key. And using that private key, the SGX, once it's finished, verify that there was a lock transaction on blockchain X, for example, it can sign a message and send that off to the smart contracts. So in essence, the enclaves are the ones controlling the smart contract operations. There's no need to trust the operators, because the operators themselves have no idea what that private key is. And then there's a technical bit, which is attestation. We won't talk too much about this, but it's just a way for our tech-savvy users to verify that the code we're saying that should be running is running inside an enclave, and it's running in an actual enclave itself on a secure chip, rather than some simulation which some hackers can utilize. And then also in designing our UI is that we really want to make this as easy to use. And token bridges, in some respects, are quite easy to subscribe. We're just transferring tokens from one bridge to the other. So in reality, our users shouldn't need to know about SGX enclaves. They shouldn't really need to know about ZK Starks. They shouldn't need to know about state proofs, etc. So therefore, our user interface, as we'll see, is designed to make this complex process feel a bit more simple and intuitive, and therefore reduce the learning curve required to understand what's going on. And then lastly, if you ever used a bridge, and once you've locked up those tokens, it sometimes takes a long time for those tokens to appear on the other side. And so what we have is a clear and informative UI which helps us describe that process. So here's the UI. Like I said, it's quite simple. You can just enter your transfer details, then you confirm the transfer, and then while the transfer in progress, it sort of gives you a real-time update of where your tokens are in the bridge. So in terms of a high-level overview, there's 4 main components. The smart contracts, which deal with sort of the token locking, minting, redeeming, burning, etc. Then we have the processing enclaves, whose responsibility is to verify transactions such as a lock has taken place, either on Ethereum or Algorand. And they sign messages attesting to that fact, which then gets sent into the smart contracts. Then there's the relayers, which simply just shuttle messages between the enclave and the smart contracts, and also pass relevant information about like state proofs and block headers, and transaction proofs as well as the enclave. And then the UI as well, which allows you to connect multiple wallets to the bridge. So I think just for time, I'm just going to briefly go over what this is. So Intel SGX creates isolated secure areas in a CPU where secrets can safely be stored, like private keys. But just for time's sake, let's go on to an example use case so we can talk about why we use state proofs in the bridge. So what happens is that, let's just say our guy is now using our London bridge. So they deposit transactions in the escrow smart contract. They get locked. And then our relayers monitor sort of the Algorand blockchain for that kind of type of transaction. And when it finds that, it then retrieves the transaction proofs from Algorand using something like Algod. And then it feeds those into the Algorand processing enclave, which does 2 things. One, it verifies that transaction is a transaction to our smart contract. And the second thing it does, it interacts with an Algorand-like client. And that Algorand-like client really answers yes or no questions about a specific domain of knowledge about the Algorand state. So the domain of knowledge here is that, well, has a specific transaction occurred in a specific block on the Algorand chain. And that is where state proofs come into it. But just carrying on, so once that's been attested to, and everything's been verified and everything's okay, the Algorand processing enclave signs the message using the secret private key, which only it knows, operators don't. It then sends that via the relayers to the Ethereum token contract, who then verifies that message, signature using the stored public key. And if everything's okay, we then mint tokens because Ethereum is now confident that there has been a locking of tokens on the Algorand chain. So I don't know how much time I've got left, but really, so why do we use state proofs? So state proofs allow one to create a light client for the Algorand blockchain. And the way it happens is that the light client ingests these state proofs, it verifies it, and after that verification, if it's successful, you basically get a block interval commitment. So this diagram is taken by a fantastic guide by, I think, Noah, and really sort of attests to the fact that, although this is very technical, the Algorand team are very well aware of that and try their best to sort of communicate these ideas to even simple-minded folks like myself to try and make sure we can understand it properly. So I think this is fantastic, hence why I just nicked the slide. So sorry, Noah. So we've been working, so what I was saying is that once you verify that, you get these block interval commitments, And what they are is really just a set of transaction routes for every block that was contained inside the block interval. And then a second step is when we get fed in transaction proofs into this light client. And what we do with those transaction proofs is we calculate the supposed transaction route, and then we use that the block interval commitment rather to verify this transaction route. So, I'm not going to go into too much more details than that, but what I really want to point out is that we've been working with Algorand quite considerably with this. We've been in constant communication with them since probably the beginning of February about what is the best ways we can incorporate these proofs, and also explaining what they are. And then what Algorand did was create their own verification code. So this is verification for the state proofs. So we've incorporated that into our enclaves. So it isn't our verification code you're relying on. You're relying on the verification code developed by Algorand, their team of cryptographic experts. And also what they did to help facilitate the use of light clients, I think in this document here, is they outlined a proof of concept for the light client itself. So this has been a very useful guide for us when developing the light client inside the enclave. And really, if you guys want to use state proofs, definitely look at this and the links inside for a really good and in-depth understanding of the best way to use these state proofs in your application. So like I said, I just want to say thank you to Noah, Gary, and the rest of the team for always being open in their communications with us, probably a bit patient with some maybe our dumb questions ago, is our state proofs ready yet? Which they always went, no, not now. But we're glad they have arrived, and actually, with their help, it's really fast-forwarded the process of incorporating these proofs into our London Bridge. And then I was also asked, well, as a developer, what is it like to be working and building on Algorand? And I just want to say I'm quite new to the blockchain development world. I've only really been doing this since January, so I really have to pinch myself to think, how the hell am I here? But really what I just want to say is that Algorand are really conscientious in making the onboarding process quite smooth for new developers, like I was, and quite honestly still am. And so, first of all, the main protocol that I found that was really helpful was the Algorand developer portal, and also the YouTube channel. So the YouTube channel has got a great series about what is Algorand, how to form your first transaction, what exactly is proof of stake, etc., and things like that. And the Algorand developer portal, although it contains all the information you ever want and more, it's really designed in a way so new users can look at it and get the introductory material straight away, which isn't always the case with encyclopedic material, where you sort of have to sift through the technical stuff to get to the introductory material for us. And also Discord, I found that they've been exceptional in responding to us and helping us in terms of developing this work. So there was a guy, Barngy92, I think he's called Benjamin, I've forgotten his name. Someone's nodding, so I must have got the right username there. So when I asked a technical question about how does one generate STIB hashes, instead of just giving a list of bullet points, he actually gave and took up a lot of his time, to be fair, to write workable code. And so, yeah, big shout out to him. That was really helpful. But Discord is often a very fast response by experts. So that's great. And then in terms of corporations, we have a Slack channel with Algorand, which we continually pester the Algorand team about all sorts of various technical information. And they very graciously always take the time to talk to us and respond. And then also, and people like Noah is on our Slack channel saying, oh, this protocol update is really important for you guys. You have to change your API, or this is the state proof. This is the state proof introduction. So really what I want to say is that building and working with Algorand is really a partnership. We are an Algorand partner. They're very open in communication with us, and they help us a lot in developing these applications. And I think that's all I have for today. So thank you very much for listening to me. And yeah, have a good rest of the day.
Thank you very much, Matthew Bailey. Yes. Matthew, we have just a couple of minutes maybe to field a couple of questions, or at least one.
Sure,
so if you've got one, we're going to put your hand in the air. What kind words Matthew has to say about my team, the Algorand developer relations team, and our documentation? Thanks very much. Here's our question.
Hello, Matt. You're saying that you did the safe enclave as part of the process for doing that? The safe enclave, the hardware.
Oh yes, sorry, yes, it's enclave. Yes, so I didn't talk about that in too much depth. Yes, so in our version 1.0, because currently state proofs are just really too expensive to be verified directly on Ethereum, for example, we use this very secure technology in order to verify the state proofs inside that.
So that means you cannot use Windows then, because that is Intel, right? You cannot use.
Oh no! So it's almost the inverse of that. So Intel SGX is really Linux-based.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
So yeah, so it'll be residing on our servers. So a user will never download this. It's on servers and distributed and things like that. So that doesn't matter from a user perspective.
Matthew, I think we have another question right here for you.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks so much for the presentation. I'm really interested in the proof space as well, and specifically for Intel SGX. I wonder, how do you see the compensation for decentralization and also kind of future longevity, as there are more like edge cases, clumsy instructions? So like moving forward, how do you plan to build these TEE into the system?
Okay, yeah, so I mean, in terms of the long-term plan, we want to move to a fully trustless bridge. So that would be the end of SGX in our London Bridge architecture. So there's various things we can do. In a simplified version, I was just relying on one enclave, but you could sort of have like a distributed systems of enclaves, and then you can sort of poll that to make sure they agree on a consensus, whether they've verified or not. But in the long term, we are looking to remove, like I said, move towards a trustless architecture. So this is like a short stop solution. We can discuss it a bit further. But in terms of Intel SGX and London Bridge, once ZK snarks are out, we'll look to move to a fully trustless bridge.
Look, I think you've left enough time for one additional question. Do we have it out there? All right. Matthew Bailey. Thank you very much for telling us all about the London Bridge.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Matthew. All right. Up next, it's my pleasure to introduce John Woods, CTO at Algorand Foundation, here to talk to us about making the experience for you developers as great as possible. John Woods.
Hey. Good to be here. How you doing? So I think it's been interesting to hear from Matt and Applied Blockchain and see that they've had a good experience developing an Algorand. The developer experience is good now, but I'm here working with the rest of the team at the foundation to truly make the developer experience great. Now let me just get my clicker so I can go to the next slide. Okay, so I'm John Woods, and for my career over the last kind of decade or so, I've led software architecture and applied cryptography at a number of different firms. And previously, I was working with Cardano, with IOHK rather, and I was the chief architect on Cardano. And so now I'm the CTO at the Algorand Foundation. So I'm very excited to be here. And my number one mission, my North Star for Algorand, is making it the most accessible layer 1 that's out there. Yes, I love it. Thank you. Yes, let's get hyped. So Noah came up earlier on and he talked about the protocol. The protocol roadmap is amazing. And I know this because I've worked at other layer 1s. I've worked on most of the open source technologies in blockchain. And when you look at what Algorand's achieving now in mainnet with zero downtime, a robust, scalable, and secure layer 1 blockchain that has 6,000 transactions a second, and they're real transactions a second, where every single transaction counts towards actually doing something, not consensus. Where we have state proofs, a post-quantum technology, one of the first in its kind, using NIST's post-quantum selected signature candidate, or signature finalist rather, Falcon, which is a lattice-based post-quantum signature scheme. This is real-world application, applied cryptography at its most sophisticated, and it is launched and running in mainnet now. And if you add to that the expansion that AVM8 is going to bring, where you're going to see boxes on contract storage and other great things coming, it means that the protocol is one of the most compelling in the entirety of the blockchain space. Thank you. Now, all of this is great, but it means nothing if we haven't got developers like you building on the platform. And you see other companies out there, like when Apple are launching the next version of iOS at WWDC, or when Google are doing the same thing with Android Studio. And they always have a clip where they have some emotive description of developers and how they're changing the world, how some old man's life was saved because of an application that was written. I don't have that clip for you yet. But I am excited by what you guys are doing. There are 1.4 billion people in the world that don't enjoy a financial system as rich as you have in Singapore, or I'm from in Ireland, or in the US, where the rest of the protocol team are based. The reason I got into cryptocurrency and left traditional finance was because I believed in the virtues of it: self-sovereignty, permissionlessness, censorship resistance, decentralization, and most importantly, being an internet-native asset class. And so what you guys are going to be building over the coming year and a year or two on Algorand is literally changing the shape of modern finance. It is doing for financial technology and self-sovereign identity what Web 2 did to bring business online. And this is extremely important. So, it's my job to make sure that you've got the tools that you need to realize your vision. When you have an idea, you go through these steps as a developer, right? You start with concept, requirements, and solution. You undergo a build, you start testing, and you deploy. At the moment, the developer experience in Algorand is good, but there are things we can make even better. When I came to the Algorand ecosystem from Cardano, I was struck by the fact that there isn't really a blessed path. There's no absolute guardrail on how you develop. And maybe that doesn't matter if you're very experienced. But if you're someone who's new to the space, you're coming from Ethereum or you're coming from Web 2, it helps to have something that guides you on that process. So I've decided, and I've been working with my team who are here today, Alessandro, who's back there at the back of the building, and the rest of the team at the Foundation, and the Inc., because I can tell you, we are one team. The Foundation and the Inc. are working closer than ever before, and going forward, we are one team. I've been working to productize the development tools. So today, I introduce AlgoKit. AlgoKit, yes, thank you. Get hyped. An internet communicator. Now, we're going to change the game with how we do dev tools. So AlgoKit is a reimagination of PyTeal-based dev tools. It's the productization. And the punchline, AlgoKit is a single tool you can use to go from concept to mainnet. So what's inside this? Well, you guys have probably seen Truffle. It's a nice tool, it's easy to use. So we're going to have a command line tool like Truffle that helps you initiate your product structure, your folders, manage your solution. We're also going to take care of network management and simulation so that you can just, with one click, deploy and test in the simulator. We're also launching a technology which is going to change the way we structure contracts. We're still going to be using PyTeal. It's a great language, and the AVM8 is going to make it even better. But we're going to provide an abstraction that sits above PyTeal that lets you focus on the business logic of your application and spend less time thinking about the instructions. There's a testing framework in there, and we have a VS Code plugin, syntax highlighting, and a whole bunch of other great things to help you debug your code. So no more trying to trace back exceptions from your teal to your PyTeal. That day is over. So we're launching AlgoKit Q1 2023. I'm hopeful we can do it before then, but it's coming in the next couple of months, and it's going to change the way you build applications on Algorand. But we're not stopping there. So I believe that we need a single source of truth in terms of helping new people understand how to build on the platform. And as Matthew from Applied Blockchain said, we have some great resources. The DevRel teams at the Inc. and the Foundation have been working tirelessly to provide support on Discord, to provide support on the forums. They're available for conversations one-to-one. But I think we can do even better. So I'm going to make a move with the Inc. To have a single developer portal. And this developer portal is going to cater to all levels of experience. It's going to be a single source of truth with clear examples and fresh, regularly updated content. And this is going to mean that you don't have to scour the internet trying to find the latest and greatest way to do something. There's going to be one place you can go, and it will give you a canonical, well-defined way to build your app. So you don't have to worry about the questions. So wrapping this up, I'm hoping to bring a Michelin star experience for developers on Algorand. But of course, still no forks. Thank you. I've got two more surprises. Sorry. That was not the culmination, but it was a crescendo. Okay, so I think we need to be clearer about what's coming down the line. And so I've talked to my friends at the Inc. about this on the protocol side. I'd like to have a more transparent roadmap. It's no good if you spend 6 months working on a feature that's coming in the protocol. What I mean by that is if you spend 6 months working on a workaround for something like boxes that's going to come down the line, that hurts development. So to kickstart my initiative of being more transparent, today I'm announcing the Algorand Developer Roadmap. So I'm going to provide regular updates from the foundation on our site where you can understand what tools are going to change and what's changing for developers in the Algorand ecosystem. So, to let you have a glimpse into what we're doing, the evolution of AlgoKit is going to be significant. You're not going to recognize how great things are to build on Algorand in the next 2 years. We are deep in R&D, and we're looking from everything from an entirely novel language to support for LLVM so that we can take an off-the-shelf existing language like Rust, C, Swift, Kotlin, and bring it to Algorand. On top of that, we're hiring a team to put together great quality content. So we're going to have YouTube Shorts, TikTok, Udemy, Coursera. We're going to have a competency-led training where you can come and spend time with tutors and leave with a qualification. So that's it for me today. I have one surprise after the AMA. I just want to announce one final thing, but I'll take any questions now. Thank you.
All right, let's go to that. Thank you very much for the presentation, John. Out here into the audience, do we have any questions that we could field from you?
My name is Irene. I'm from Ticket Meta, and I have a question for you. We just started developing our platform. It's an NFT-based ticketing solution platform. And how are you going to support these kind of startups who are going to be on your Algorand chain? And if there is any networking support, if there is any support with a pre-seed investment, like any of those? Thank you.
Sure, absolutely. Thanks for the question. So I want to make it so that there's a concierge level experience with Algorand. I want developers of new projects to be able to come to us and have a support from our DevRel team. So I've been talking with Jason Weathersby, who leads out developer relations at the Inc. And of course, I have a DevRel team at the foundation as well. And we're going to be working together in order to provide a unified front for projects to come and ask questions, bootstrap the project, sit down with our DevRels, workshop out what you're thinking of doing, and giving you guidance not only on specific code questions, which is helpful, but also on architecture, how best to structure the project, and what kind of things you might have to deal with in the future when you try to scale out. So I want people to understand this is not just lip service. I'm not just saying this. You can come, I'm going to set up a UI where you can come and book time with the DevRels, and we'll be able to give you FaceTime with the people who really understand how this stuff works. And that's one aspect. The second aspect, of course, is that we still have our ecosystem funding, and you can discuss that with us as well. So I want people to understand I'm very focused on giving a great UX for developers, because without you guys, the platform won't be as vibrant.
Time for some more questions.
One there on the right.
Here we go.
So I'm a developer. I'm just curious about for tools like Algo Explore and all the things that supports development. I know there's still a lot of feature lacking. So would that be a part of the roadmap, or would you expect external teams to build these tools for developers?
Yeah, it's a great question. I don't have an absolute opinion on this. I think if you look at a more mature ecosystem, and let's take Ethereum as an example, it's been around a bit longer, it's got lots of eyes on it, lots of people who are contributing to it in their spare time. I think we've seen the growth, just like Linux, of a kind of a self-sustaining open source community. In the short term, I think the foundation needs to bootstrap some of these efforts, and we have. And to answer your question more specifically on Algo Explorer, I think it's a great product. I think we want to make sure that we keep businesses like that and projects like that up and running during any kind of bear market. But then I think as the ecosystem flourishes, you'll see that these kind of things come on their own. Now, Simon, no hard questions, Simon. Okay.
Hi, I'm Kelvin.
Hi.
I have a question regarding, as the platform evolves, then what are the thoughts about backward compatibility? Will there be, commitment towards that, or how should we be thinking about it?
Absolutely. And again, obviously I'm at the foundation, and this may be one that's better suited for my friends at the Inc., where they're on the protocol side, but ultimately the ethos I've always taken when I'm building protocols is that you have to maintain backwards compatibility in perpetuity. At the end of the day, you may have a contract that's written in AVM1, and you can't leave that contract in a place where it can't be called. So backwards compatibility in perpetuity will be the goal.
Do we have some questions from the other side of the room?
Hello. Hi. Hi, my name is Bruno. Thank you so much for everything that you said.
Sure.
So I wanted to ask you a question about this. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I was like, where is he?
So I have a question about this Algo Kit.
Yeah.
So basically, it's going to be a new user interface. So I think this way you're going to bridge the gap between those that are developers and those that are not. But as we know, already every time that a new user interface come out, the developers are going to be always a couple of steps ahead than the one that are using the interface. Are you thinking that with this Algo Kit, are you going to manage to close this gap, or developers are always going to be a couple of steps ahead than the others?
It's a great question.
Thank you.
So AlgoKit is not just internal technology that we're building at the Inc. and the Foundation. There are components of AlgoKit that are, like the CLI tool, which has been built directly by the Inc. There are components of AlgoKit that are like the abstraction that sits above the teal contracts so that you can concentrate on your business logic. But it's also going to be a combination of all of the best of open source. I've scoured the earth looking at all of the open source components right across the Algorand ecosystem, and I've taken the best parts of that, working with the developers that are pushing the space. So really you can think of AlgoKit as a greatest hits album of the best of the current open source, backed by the Inc., the Foundation, and all of our engineers. Good question. My favorite question so far.
Do I see any more hands in the air for questions? Here we are.
Hello.
Hi.
I have a quick question about, so you mentioned open source. Are you going to change how there's not a lot of examples of people who open source their smart contracts. What incentives exist, or are there going to be more incentives to make people open source contracts that are being used, on chain?
Sure, it's a good question. So as some folks might know, some might not, that in general, the various projects that are out there, there's no absolute requirement to open source your contracts. So some of the exchanges that we have, the contracts are open source, you can go and read the code, and others are not. I would be a person who is, from the code is law kind of school of thought, where I believe that the contract should be open source, but ultimately, people have a choice. So when you send your money to the contracts, you can choose to be at the level where you want to trust, and you're happy enough for them to be closed, or for someone like myself, where I very much value the ability to read those contracts, I tend to only use exchanges which are open source. But I guess it's kind of a personal preference. I think at the end of the day, the difference is kind of sometimes lost on people, because if you're not technical enough to read the contracts, it probably doesn't really matter. But in general, I think the Foundation should be in a position where we support and would try to drive people to be as open source and transparent as possible, because that is one of the fundamental value propositions of what we're doing with Web3. Thank you.
More questions?
All good?
All good.
Okay, so I got one last thing. I got two special friends in the audience. I got Micah and I got Stally. Come on up, guys. So we're going to launch something very exciting here today. And there's some free stuff going to be thrown out into the audience, so be awake. Micah.
So, for months, well, I was about to say years, because, crypto day is like a week. For months, people have been asking me about having a close and a merch line with Algorand. So I am pleased to announce to you, Stally over here will be helping launch the official Algorand merch line. So I'm going to let Stally tell you a bit about why he wanted to come to Algorand and what he sees for the future of clothing, and why when Stally and John got on a conversation together, I just sat there not understanding anything as the dev talk just went over my head. But I'll be learning on the toolkits and the resources and the content, so hopefully in a few months I should have something to say. But over to you.
Thank you, Micah. Thank you, John. What's up, guys? My name is Stally. I'm from Canada. We're based in Canada and USA. We're the founders of Skrit, Stick to the Skrit. The word Skrit comes from the word Sanskrit. So for Sanskrit, it's one of the oldest languages, and every piece of language took a piece of Skrit. So for us, Skrit means unity, just like Algorand, how it's inclusive and how all that. Metawear clothing is estimated to do $40 billion per year annually. They say when you go to digital wear clothing over physical, it'll be 30% more eco-friendly. With Skrit right now, we're listed in the Atlanta Hawks State Farm Arena. We're very big in the film and music industry, so we know what we're about to do now with Algorand in terms of security, scalability, and throughput. It was by far the easiest choice to make, and we're very excited to do it. Skrit will be something we built for the ecosystem. So anyone that's building a project on Algorand, it will be something that we'd be able to customize to do using Teal, PyTeal, or even ARC19 in the exchange to update the metadata. So you'd be able to wear your clothing in the metaverse on your avatars, in video games, and also be able to redeem the tokens to get physical clothing as well. We have so much surprises, and we're very excited to be with Algorand.
And I know that there's a lot of good NFTs out there, and if whoever has the best idea for a t-shirt and comes to Stally, we actually have one for you. So the person that comes up with the best idea, it can't just be an Alguana jumper or an Alguana t-shirt. We need good ideas, but the best idea is walking out of here with a free Stick to the Script line as well. So.
And if you guys tweet it and tweet John and take a picture and tag Algorand, you got to have a higher chance of winning.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys.
All right, thanks very much, guys. Very exciting stuff right there. All right, Algo fam, we're going to take a bit of a break right now. So if you want to get up and stretch your legs for a few minutes, we're going to play some nice music, and we'll come back for our next panel in just a few minutes.
Stand by the speaker side, lower the BGM.
I'm on 2. No, not quite yet. One more minute.
Okay.
I'm not going early.
There you go, there you go. We're going on time, we're going on time.
We'll just put your mics for you like on the chair.
On the chair? Okay, awesome, thank you.
All right. So she comes back. I'm going up there.
There you go.
Here we go, guys. All right, welcome back, everyone, here in the Algorand Developer Greenhouse. Please take your seats. We're going to get started with our next session here. I'm thrilled you're all here learning. We've got another panel that's going to be coming up here. This is the Market Horizons panel. And with me this afternoon are going to be Daniel Yang, Head of Treasury at the Algorand Foundation. As well as, so he will be moderating this panel along with two guests, Jordi Alexander. Jordi is the Chief Investment Officer at Selene Capital, as well as Matt Dibb. He is also the Chief Investment Officer. He is at Astronaut Capital. Welcome to all of you.
Thank you so much. Hey, everyone. Hey, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Fantastic to see everyone in Singapore. Such a beautiful venue. Today I wanted to take 40 minutes to chat about what people care a lot about, and that's market and prices. We had the chance to have those very experienced macro crypto experts. So why don't we just start with a very brief intro about yourself, Jordi, and Matt, just to let the crowd know what are you involved in and how are you involved in the space.
Yeah, sure. So I used to be a professional poker player a long time ago. And about 10 years ago, I got into trading. And I've been trading macro for over a decade now. And we've been in crypto pretty heavily now for the last few years. We do market making, and we also run a venture fund. So very deep in the space and still kind of straddling the worlds of macro and crypto together.
Awesome. Thank you. Matt?
Thanks for having me. So I initially started trading derivatives back in 2012. In 2016, we discovered crypto, and we focused on predominantly research into new projects and tokens that were launching. From then, we created an asset management firm, which is today Astronaut Capital. So we specialize in more so long-short trading, specifically of secondary markets, so liquid tokens.
Thank you. So just to segue this, to preface this conversation, we've seen a tremendous amount of volatility this year. If I remember, at the start of the year, Bitcoin price was around $47,000, algo price around 1.6. Macro, the Federal Reserve have driven a lot of the conversation over the last couple of months in the crypto sphere. There's undoubtedly more correlation. Traders are looking more at macro to determine the path of crypto. At the same time, we've seen a lot of credit events unfolding, right? Luna being one of them. We've seen some key players being under a tremendous amount of credit stress. So the first question I have for the panelists here is, the Federal Reserve just increased their rate by 75 basis points, third consecutive raise. Where are we in the cycle, in the macro cycle? Are we at the start of the cycle, the middle, at the end, and how does that affect Bitcoin and crypto?
Yeah, sure. So we're all learning together because this is the first cycle that macro is kind of playing such a heavy role in crypto. Usually it's kind of idiosyncratic. And usually crypto is like a very small subset of everything going on in the broader economy. But this time, even though it is smaller notionally, obviously, than the equity market, we have seen crypto lead a lot of the moves, both on the way down and then hopefully also on the way up. What we're learning is crypto is kind of like the perfect source of liquidity kind of investment because it's a new space. There's a lot of technology. So when there's extra liquidity in the system, it tends to go, where like the most kind of appealing risk-reward benefit is, and it's been crypto for the last few years. So a lot of money kind of flew in, and at the beginning of the year, of course, we saw all the money draining out because things were tightening up. They started doing quantitative tightening, and crypto was the first to fall because it was really relying on that liquidity. So in terms of where we are in the cycle, look, we have to see kind of how the Federal Reserve wants to play it. They initially were going hard, then they slowed down suddenly a few months ago. We had this like huge bear rally over the summer, and now they're kind of realizing they have to be a bit more serious about it. So I would say we're past the halfway point of the kind of drop. It's not clear if we're right at the end. We are starting to see things break. We can talk about that later in the panel. So there are signs that a bottoming might be coming quite soon, but it really depends how quickly they want to kind of go through this tough period they have to go through.
Yeah, I mean we've seen some token exhibiting some sign of strength. If you look at equity versus Bitcoin, there's even a case to be made that Bitcoin has been fairly resilient at the current moment. Some of the altcoin XRP algo have been held very, very strong, robust over the last couple of weeks. Do you foresee that more and more crypto traders are going to be trading on the macro theme over the next couple of months and years? I'm looking at crypto Twitter. These days, people are posting charts on sterling, charts on inflation, and it feels like a lot of crypto traders became inflation experts, macro experts. Do you think that's a trend that will continue?
Yeah, look, I don't think it's what Satoshi had in mind when he created Bitcoin, that would be trading on CPI figures and non-farm payrolls every Friday night. But it has, as Jordy said, and he put it quite clearly, Bitcoin and a lot of crypto has shown itself as risk assets more recently. There was a big flood of liquidity from 2020 onwards, and crypto was a very large beneficiary of that. Now, I'm cautious because I don't want to sound bearish, and I'm not bearish, but there's no doubt that we saw the price rises that we saw was because of, or a big contributing factor from the liquidity that was injected in the system. Now, that has been taken away. So where are we now in the whole scheme of things if we talk about macro? Not talking about crypto, but where are we in terms of macro? I like how Jordy said the halfway point. I hope that's where we are. The Fed is extremely confident that they want to get inflation back to 2%. They'll do whatever they can. And we're seeing markets break now. We're seeing currencies all around the world depreciate. We're seeing markets even locally that are falling. So it's a really interesting time, and I think we've at least got sort of another 6 to 9 months of some of this pain before things get better.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. And what I would add is I definitely feels like at this price point, we are suddenly closer from the bottom than the top, right? So you have to endure the pain. But from a cyclical perspective, it does feel like things are going to look better in a couple of months, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, a lot of the leverage that was in the system through the centralized lenders, through some of the funds that kind of blew up spectacularly, that's kind of been deleveraged already through the system. I would say in equities, we still haven't had that deleveraging happen potentially. Like a lot of the PE multiples are still quite high. There is space for things to kind of fall a bit further. But I think the reason we're seeing resiliency very recently in crypto is a lot of the leverage being out of the system means that, the prices that we currently have, you go through like 19,000 Bitcoin, 1,300 ETH, 40 cents, and like some of the, good alts like Algo, XRP. It kind of shows that there's not leverage in that. Like there's actual full kind of capital willing to hold at that price. And that creates a lot harder of a floor. So when things kind of start to go back up, I think they kind of bounce a lot faster on the crypto side because the leverage is already being taken out.
Yeah, that makes sense. Next question. The last narrative that we had in the market the last couple of months, one would argue is the ETH merge. right? ETH was trading around $888 a couple months ago. I think the market was really starving for a good narrative, and that led to a significant rally into the merge. ETH traded above $2,000 at some point. It does feel now that after the event has passed, that the market is looking desperately again for a narrative. What do you think could be the next narrative to latch on for the market to see a sustained rally? And is there a certain sector or token that can kind of lead into that?
Good question. I'd love to know myself. I think that we've seen more recently since the Ethereum merge. We've seen some sectors, let's call them, sort of outperform. And some of those tokens might be in layer ones, and we look at, for example, Atom and Cosmos ecosystem. And then we've got other decentralized exchanges like GMX, et cetera, that's doing quite well. So there is outperformance within the market. The real question is the narrative that is attached to them, is it sticky enough in which we're going to see more further upside and a whole new narrative take place so that other tokens can also experience the same? And I'm not sure if we're at that just as yet. I know people already talking about the next Bitcoin halving, which is, I think, pegged for Q4 2023 now. So it's really hard to say. We're obviously always on the lookout, and the interesting thing about crypto is that these narratives pop up out of nowhere. I mean, in 2020, you remember part of it was SNX, synthetics, and DeFi, Rune, for example. That these things sort of created the momentum within the whole crypto ecosystem, and everything else got quite excited and went up from there. So it's our hope that we are not far off from that next big narrative, but as of right now, it's really hard to say what it is.
I mean, I'm kind of bullish on soft users. So if all of you in this room, obviously you're quite, deeper in the ecosystem, I would call you hard users. And I think, there's a lot of normies, as we call them, that would kind of use crypto in a way that maybe they don't know they're using it, or they know, but it kind of fits into their normal habits, their normal day-to-day. So obviously we saw some lifestyle apps like StepN, and now we have Sweatcoin, which is kind of like a very similar one that already existed without crypto, and now they're kind of integrating it into the crypto world as well, so that it has all the benefits of the ownership and tokenization. And I think we'll see more of the Starbucks frequent user kind of experience, where your app is actually somehow connected to NFTs and kind of giving you a more crypto experience. So these kind of soft users that, obviously there's hundreds of millions of them that will start to get onboarded through like some wallet or through some way, and that'll kind of set the stage for a lot of the frequent bursts that we'll see in the future. Obviously, we have the World Cup going on soon. I'm sure that's been spoken about, but that's another way where normal sports fans start to kind of get involved into the technology, like the blockchain technology, and the use cases start to arise from that.
Yeah. Awesome, thank you. And in terms of, both of you have a liquid fund, and you guys do VC stuff as well. How do you think about asset allocation in this kind of bear market? Are you trading more? Are you trading more frequently? Are you taking directional risk more? Or is it a case where, look, some people say bear market is the best time to deploy and primary markets, because people are building, valuation makes more sense. What have you guys seen on the VC side? Quality of deals, valuation, anything interesting there?
So we're more on the liquid side. I would say that what we've observed is there's a lot of dry powder out there. So as soon as people believe that a true bottom might be in, and that could be in traditional markets, that could be in crypto, we would expect that a lot of capital is going to fly into these more speculative risk assets. So that, for us, has been our biggest observation, and we are part of that camp at the moment as well. I think everybody has become a tiny bit more conservative given the recent events in the last few months, particularly within crypto, and is trying to save some of their ammunition and bullets for a later date. In saying that, we all know that it's times like this where a lot of the building is done. There's not a lot of distraction Teams aren't constantly looking at token prices, and so there's a lot more productivity. It is, in fact, of course, the best time to be investing from a venture capital point of view. So, we're always on the lookout, but we have observed, I guess, less projects that are currently sort of raising from what we've seen anyway. That activity's died down a little bit.
For us, I would say like two main differences. On the liquid side, there's a lot more profit capturing. Like you see a profit, you just kind of take it now, while that was maybe the wrong thing to do during like a big bull run where, being from traditional finance, sometimes if I would see like a 2 or 3x, we would just take it off and then it would go like another 50x. Now I'm a bit more comfortable because the right thing to do is just 40%, 50%, that's enough. Kind of just take it off the table now, just be happy that there's some good profits. On the venture side, we are being a bit more conservative. We're looking at, like, let's say gaming, for example. Instead of trying to like invest in like every game that's out there, we might look at like people building really good infrastructure for games, like going to Web2 kind of gaming studios and giving them a toolkit that they can use to kind of create digital structures within their games. So that's kind of like the focus that is a bit more long term, rather than trying to get like the game that's going to come out in 2 months that's going to explode.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I have a really bullish view on gaming in general, and the life cycle of a game project is just much longer. But I really think that in the next cycle you'll find a couple of really good gems, just because tons of people are building, and there's definitely a certain niche in terms of user we haven't addressed that can be onboarded. Let's go back a little bit on inflation, right? Everybody's watching inflation. Everybody's looking what the Fed is doing. Do you guys have a certain view on inflation? And is there a scenario where hyperinflation could become bullish for Bitcoin or for crypto?
It's a really hard one because, I mean, traditionally growing up, I was always told that gold, XAU, would be a hedge to inflation in these types of events. This is what it's there for as an asset. We haven't realistically sort of seen it perform in the way that you would expect. Now, Bitcoin at some period, I don't know when it was, a few years ago, sort of got that same stigma about it. People started saying, well, it should be a hedge to inflation as well. I don't think that's happened just as yet, as we've sort of observed this year. So it's hard to say whether like a decorrelation is going to happen. We'd be very excited if all of a sudden Bitcoin wasn't trading like the S&P 500. I think that would be great. And things would become a lot more interesting for the entire crypto ecosystem. But right now, looking at things, there is that very strong correlation, and there doesn't appear to be any sign of that, that going away just as yet.
I mean, in terms of the inflation part of the question, I think inflation, if they don't do anything stupid, will kind of wash itself out of the system. It naturally does. These are, right now, we see like 8-9% headline, but a lot of it, as the months go on, as long as it doesn't spike again, will just kind of wash out. There's obviously been like 2 spikes. One is demand spike. So a lot of the checks, a lot of the money that was saved during the crisis, that's getting spent. And then on the supply side, with all the chains breaking down around the world, so you have supply side. So both of those will kind of start to stabilize. I'm not saying prices will go down and we'll get deflation, but at least there won't be like a new reason. I have to caveat that if they do stupid things, like what we're seeing in the UK right now is very questionable government policy, where they are just destroying their currency in order to give kind of populist measures locally. And for people who never transact outside of like their local shop, it might sound good that they're getting, rebates and free energy and like, tax cuts. But actually, if you want to avoid hyperinflation, you have to just go through a bit of period of hard, like less spending, like everybody has to tighten down. And instead, if they're just going to like release valve it through their currency, that's going to have like large ramifications. So, for crypto specifically, yes, Bitcoin is down quite a lot in dollars. But if you start looking at it in terms of other currencies, like somebody who lives in Turkey or some of these other kind of countries, the price chart doesn't look so bad. So, there is something to be said for that. In terms of what role Bitcoin and gold plays, I think those are about social coordination. We have to kind of globally really believe that this is a protection, and then everybody uses it as protection. I think gold has totally lost its narrative. I used to be a big gold bug, so I've definitely gone down that rabbit hole, and I'm way out of it now, where I just don't see gold having any place in the world that it's had for the last 5,000 years. It might sound a bit crazy to say that because it has a 5,000-year history, and why would something suddenly change? And I think it's because of technology. Gold has such huge disadvantages now in terms of the digital space that we don't go up and pay with things in like gold coins or silver coins anymore. So there's no way to integrate the existing kind of metals system into a digital technology. So I think crypto has a large role to play in that. There's still like some confusion in terms of like, is it Bitcoin? Is it Ethereum? Is it all of them? I don't think it's all of them. I don't think like Luna Classic or some of these kind of very speculative instruments are going to play that role. But there's a lot of people who don't want Bitcoin to be the digital gold. They're trying to meme Ethereum into being it. Some people are trying to say Solana, or I won't go to Kyle, but there's reasons to want us to coordinate a bit more so that we can give the world an alternative to gold. And I think we're still kind of figuring out how to do that.
Yeah, and look, you were talking about FX volatility. I mean, what we're seeing right now and something like sterling is absolutely crazy. I used to be in the FX market, and we would have daily move up 20, 30 basis point, and you're seeing move up 4 or 5% right now, right? And this kind of volatility is absolutely unheard of. And to some extent, you're seeing some of the market structure and TradFi kind of falling here. And Bitcoin, in the meantime, has been relatively steady. So really, really interesting. I was just talking to a guest as well who was saying that the alpha that he made this year was that he was paid accidentally in US dollars instead of another local currency, and then he made 20% on that. So truly interesting what's going on the macro side. Can we talk a little bit more about layer ones? I mean, you guys are, well involved in other layer ones protocol. Do you think that we are in a world where other layer ones can one day surpass Ethereum? Ethereum just did the merge. They have the biggest mind share. Is there any layer one that you think could eventually catch up to Ethereum, or it's going to be always, hey, this is going to be a challenge to Ethereum, and there's going to be just lower alts in terms of market cap and mind share?
If there's one thing we've seen over the last few years, it's that we know that any layer one that might have a decent chance has a really strong community. And there was a lot of talk at one stage about Solana, of course, taking over Ethereum and the rest of them, and being that that top layer one. And more recently, we're seeing hype about other projects such as Aptos, etc. I think it's really hard to say. Developing a intricate ecosystem around it is definitely the most important thing. Obviously, Ethereum has that. We're a user of the Algorand ecosystem as well. We can see that DeFi is quite emerging within Algorand. So from our point of view, it's more about not necessarily the throughput of the layer one, etc. It's more so how many people are developing on this, and what sort of solutions is it building, and who are those solutions for? Is it for your average speculator, or is it for retail? Is it for institutional? And so I think there's no simple answer, because we believe that in the future there will be multiple layer ones, but they may cater to different needs and different solutions.
Yeah, I totally agree on that. We're definitely on the multi-chain thesis. I think Ethereum has one strong benefit, which it probably will have in terms of like a shared security layer, it will have a very, very strong, hundreds of billions needed to attack security layer, especially now with proof of stake. There are certain benefits, although there's certain censorship resistance kind of downsides as well. But in terms of just a very strong one security layer, it's for things like financial use cases, it has a strong point to make that the security, you can hold something very valuable in this like safe. But there's a ton of other use cases. There's a ton of other reasons to use blockchain technology. And even for the financial use cases, I'm not convinced that it's already clear that the monolithic chain is necessarily like the way to go. We're personally quite interested in Cosmos. I think having app chains where they can specify and kind of determine exactly how they want their app to work is something very interesting. Yeah, you mentioned some of the kind of like the newer ones that have better TPS. I'm a bit less on the technology side. Like, I don't know what you're going to do with all this block space and all this TPS if you don't have kind of like a community and idea for how to use it. And I think, collectively, this is the journey that we're going to be on for the next, 5-10 years, is figuring out what matters. Like, different chains are taking different approaches. We have Solana, obviously, just doing hacker houses, trying to get like, young developers and see if they build something. But maybe that's not the right way. Like, if they don't really build anything that community wants, then it doesn't matter. We saw the full community thing, like Luna was like pure community and like terrible product. So that got a lot of hype. It kind of showed the potential that's there, but didn't. Hope Doe's not in the room right now. But that didn't work out. So I think this is the journey that we're going to be on, and we'll figure out like which combination of ingredients is really going to work.
Yeah, thanks for that. Let's revert back to Algo a little bit. I'd love to know. Are you guys? I mean, the community would love to know. Probably you guys have funds that are quite well known. Are you involved with Algo? Do you hold Algo? Do you interact with or DeFi ecosystem? Yeah, is there any? Are you allocated to anything on the Algorand ecosystem?
Yeah, so we're a investor in Algorand, so we hold the coins. We participate in governance. What sort of excites us, as I said before, is the DeFi aspect of it. So when we see new farms that are popping up, etc., on Tinyman, we'll be, we look to allocate money into these, new projects. We have been experimenting with STBL tokens as well. Obviously, we do it from a conservative point of view, given some of the liquidity constraints. But we've noticed that DeFi aspect of Algorand has been growing. Now, and most of these didn't exist, 6 months ago. But now you've got even things like trading aggregators. You've got multiple lending projects that are now live, etc. So I think all of that is quite exciting. So yeah, that's sort of that's the amount we're participating in right now.
Yeah, same. We've been kind of looking into Algorand for a long time now. We've been holding token, been using AlgoFi, kind of playing around with the borrow lending. I mean, the wallet's very quick compared to some of the other things out there, like some of the smaller chains that were maybe not as secure. Definitely feels like better security. So we're looking forward to see where it goes.
Yeah, I think it's really awesome to see funds getting involved in DeFi on Algorand, and I truly think that that's one aspect of Algo that's it's a bit underappreciated, right? I mean, the chain never went down, very solid infrastructure. We can handle high TPS, 6,000. So it's I'm happy to see that you guys are participating in some ways. I think one of the challenge that we need to try to address is for the large funds to come in, we need to find a way to be able to scale, right? Like you guys are looking to deploy potentially 8-9 figures and that kind of stuff. And I think right now the ecosystem maybe doesn't have the bandwidth to support that amount of TVL coming in. But we'll definitely be talking to our DeFi team to try to solve these issues. So it's great. I think that's it.
Okay.
I think that's it for me. I think we're going to spend the next 10 minutes for a little Q&A. If anyone If anyone would have a question for Jordi or Matt, please.
Hi everyone, I'm Anna from Cointelegraph Accelerator. It's a new activity that we launched, not announced yet. Thank you for your panel. I want to ask you, I think it's time to merge the forces. I'm from media side, you're from VC side. Media trying to enter VC. What is your suggestion how media presence can enforce your activity, and maybe you can give some advices in terms of due diligence? Thank you.
So I'll try to combine media VC in like the ways possible. I mean, obviously, you know, VCs invest in projects, and projects need people to know about them. They need, you know, exposure, attention, users. The reality is there's so many projects and there's so many things going on in crypto that attention is a scarce resource. That's like, you know, in Dune, like that's like the really scarce resource. So media really has the power to shine like certain light on certain things. In terms of combining it with VC, you know, we might make 100 investments, and then our favorites are like a few of them that we know are actually kind of getting the traction. Like once we're 6 months in, we can see like some are not really finding a product market fit, some are, and those are the ones that you want to kind of get exposure and kind of collaborate with and really give users the ability to find out about them, because in all the noise that's out there, it's really hard. So that's kind of like where I see the collaboration being very beneficial for both sides, maybe, and for the ecosystem as a whole.
What I would love to see is, you know, a media outlet providing quality information, and the market in the VC space primarily is still very asymmetrical, right? So if there's any outlet that can provide timely, reliable information, you know, for users, participants to look at deals, I think that'd be very beneficial.
One more question.
Thank you. Hi. Historically, we have seen that, okay, before the halving, Bitcoin move up and gets followed by the whole bunch of army of altcoins, and this has been happening over and over again. So, do you see a decoupling happen at some point of time in future? And if that has to happen, let's say with Algo and Bitcoin, what are the things which needs to be in place so that this whole decoupling with Bitcoin happens? Bitcoin prices.
I mean, you know, we can have a drink and I'll be in your ear for like hours talking about, you know, the decoupling of Bitcoin and other assets. I have written extensively about this, and you know, it's normal game theory that people kind of get greedy during like a bull cycle, and they want to go for the higher beta altcoins, and they kind of, you know, the momentum stops in the quality assets and just goes to the speculative ones right away. I think each cycle it'll be less and less. It'll kind of like be smaller peaks because it's gonna not work as well. Because people will start realizing, like, you know, last time I bought Phantom and it went up 20x and then it went down 99.9x. So there'll be a little bit. There will always be a little bit of that money effect, like in the digital space. Sorry, battery died. I think it's going to take a few cycles to really see it completely go out. And in terms of Bitcoin specifically, the narrative needs to kind of reinvigorate itself. I think a lot of the thought leaders, like Michael Saylor, kind of like of this time around, they've presented a certain vision, and it's taken it pretty far to a certain point. But you know, thought leadership and kind of coordinating socially is going to be very important. And we hopefully will have really good thought leaders to bring like a more sustainable next cycle.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think that that relationship stays, and I'm actually quite positive with this because, you know, if you look at the next halving, I mean, personally, I've been kind of trading that cycle for the last few. We've seen this picture before, but the macro cycle is also quite bearish at the moment, and I think it's actually, we're really building into a nice environment to deploy when everyone is kind of bearish, right? So I think the next couple of months will give us a lot of good opportunities. I will be personally looking at these cycles and to the next happening, and even the macro cycle. I think that offers us a lot of opportunity. And usually when you look at, just from a trading perspective, I think you want to look, especially in a bear market, for outsized consensus, right? Like a couple months ago, everyone became bullish on Ethereum, and that was a fade. Now it feels like, the majority of people are kind of bearish. So that's, to me, is kind of from a positioning perspective, potentially a sign of optimism. And I want to be rather long than short, if that's the case.
Name is Eric O. I have a question for VCs. You mentioned just now that you have a position in Algorand. Recently, the Ethereum had a big shift of the way they proof of work to proof of stake. And there are two big forks that came out. So I just want to hear your comment, if it's relevant.
On the forks? I wouldn't call them big. It depends what, that size is not size, I would say. Like you have like a $10 one and a $3 one apparently. There's like another one. The hype around the forks, I would say, didn't materialize. So it's a little bit underwhelming compared to, there was the potential there for a different vision. And what we've seen is the developers behind the forks didn't really go to the community and explain, is this just a money grab or is it something else? And if it's something else, what is it? If they would have said, look, like ETHW, we believe that proof of stake is going to be censorship, controlled by the government. So this is like a different vision, and we're going to be like much more secure in the long run. And if they tried to explain that to people and create a community and let's build here, instead it's just, we're going to list this thing and you can sell it and try not to get replayed attacks. So I would say they didn't do a great job. I'm not sure why the price went up yesterday, or it had like a little bit of a bounce, but it's just speculation games. Just like we're seeing with Luna Classic, obviously that's like a dead coin that Binance just said they're going to burn the fees, and it kind of goes crazy. I guess just to go back to the media question, what would actually be really useful for the media to do is combine the entertainment side, because a lot of the influencers that are shilling a lot of this Luna Classic, a lot of this junk, why do they get so many users watching them on YouTube, everywhere else? What's that? Yeah, it's fun, right? It's fun. They make it fun. And, I might be like on a very serious discussion and it'll be like 25,000 views, and then Moon Carl is, doing some crazy stuff and he's got like 1 million views and he's, shilling some junk. What the media can hopefully do is make crypto fun, but also not like kind of go down the rabbit hole of what's like the junkiest tokens, and kind of bring a balance that right now is kind of lacking, I would say. We're trying.
Hey guys, my name is Leonard. Thanks for the insights you guys have given. I think my question is, given current market conditions, right, and the mixed sentiments that I've been receiving, how would you guys, position yourself and a portfolio going into Q4 or early 2023?
In my view, I think, and a lot of people say this publicly, I think the best way for any investor is not to be a short-term trader with any of this. The classic DCA and buying, even at these levels, we are 70% down, based on Bitcoin, based on Ethereum. These are levels where, as Daniel rightly pointed out before, we're much closer to the bottom than we are the top. So, to start to allocate on, small amounts on a weekly basis or daily basis, monthly basis, whatever it might be, would be the best way to find a nice low average price. That's just a fact of it. And, we're essentially looking to do the same thing as well.
Thank you. All right, one last question.
Oh, it's very loud. You mentioned earlier around, around the 6-month mark, which startups will do well. Traditionally in Web 2, you look for things like market validation, you look for things like the CAC, you look at LTV, you look at adoption rate. But I've seen a lot of Web 3 projects that are actually funded before there's ever products on mainnet or products out in production. So I'm curious from a VC side, what are the triggers or what are the metrics that you look for to see if a startup's successful and something that you should continually fund going forward?
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. The way we see it is there's like an information funnel, and it starts with like people who really are hardcore. They're in Discords, they're going through everything, they're looking for like the new gems, and the information starts to flow up from there. So, before everybody finds out about like the big thing, it's gone through like multiple levels of, just like a few Discord sleuths, and then maybe like, some Twitter people, and it kind of goes up the chain from there. So what we look for early is not necessarily like TVL or the things you mentioned in terms of like actual usage, because, first of all, things like TVL can easily just be one fund putting a lot of money in. What we look for more is like the social consensus from the ground, like the grassroots. So, for example, I was talking to Project yesterday, and they're competing to get developers of apps to build on, like their specific ecosystem, and I can see that there's a competition going on, and they're actually winning the competition. And this is not even users. There's no users. Like these are just kind of like where the app's going to go. So seeing like that comparative traction really is the best way to predict like the users later on. So we look for those earlier signs, and a lot of it has to do with like the few people who are really plugged in.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Daniel, do you have any final remarks?
That's it.
That's it then. All right. Thank you so much, Daniel, Jordan, and Matt. We will have a short intermission and gather back at 3:50 for our final stretch. See you soon.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back here to the Algorand Developer Greenhouse. We're going to start our next session here, so if you can come join us here. We've got plenty of open seats here for you. Again, thank you for being online and doing our live stream all day long. Our next session is going to be the investors panel. Nope. Yes, it is. It is the investors panel, and this is with our moderator, Ryan Turbolini. Ryan is the head of ecosystems at the Algorand Foundation, and he's joined by three guests. We have Michael Cotton. Michael is a partner at Option Capital, as well as Amit Meher, a partner at Borderless Capital. And last, we have Carl Massardo. Welcome to the stage, all of you. Step right up. Ryan, bring them up. Here we go, our investor panel.
Sure.
We got enough mics?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a lovely day to be here in Singapore. I'm Ryan Terbolini, head of ecosystem funding at the foundation. So, maybe some of you have seen an evolution in how the foundation approaches investing in the ecosystem, and we have some more exciting announcements to come about that. But in the meantime, we've worked very closely with some of these esteemed panelists today. So, Amit from Borderless, Carl from Arcane, and Michael from Optio, the artist formerly known as Meld. So I thought we would just kick things off and hear a bit about their fund, their background, and kind of their experience investing in the Web3 and blockchain space. So, Amit, why don't we kick it off with you?
Hello. Yeah, sure. So I'm with Borderless. Borderless has been working very closely with both Foundation and Inc. from the beginning. So from our Fund 1, we did around 160 direct investments. We ran 5 global accelerators across 5 continents. We're now kicking off the 6th one. And including the accelerator, we have over 200 portfolio companies. So it was great to see some of them today here. And very excited about all the discussions we had today and what we have coming up in our follow-on funds.
Thanks. Carl?
Right. Hi, everybody. So my name is Carl. I'm from Arcane Group. So we're quite a new fund, only really starting this year in April. So we're a pretty chain agnostic, state agnostic kind of fund, purely focused on Web3. As far as Algorand, we're super excited to be working with these guys. We made our first investment in the Algorand ecosystem early this year for Algorand. I think they're here somewhere, so shout out to them.
Algorand, hands up.
Nope, they're hiding. Anyway, it's DOV on Algorand, which we're super excited about, and I'm really happy to be here.
DOV, what could you explain DOV for the audience, just quickly?
Decentralized Option Vaults. First one on Algorand, so really exciting. Thank you.
Hey everyone, Michael Cotton from Optio Capital. We've been investing into the Algorand ecosystem since essentially day one of mainnet launch, investing across 3 key verticals. Like most funds, it's spread across DeFi, Web3, and infrastructure. Currently, the fund and Optio are really focused on those same 3 verticals across 3 different pillars, which is capital deployment, supporting the different accelerators throughout the Algorand ecosystem, and incubation.
Thank you. All right. So I did want to kind of kick off this panel discussion with sort of the elephant in the room, and I think it's a bit of a segue from Dan Yang's sort of market update talk, right? And that is this: 2021, 2022, record amount of new VC funds raised, records amount of capital, right? Yet the crypto market cap, the drawdown 70% plus, 95% in some cases, right? So there's this, massive liquidity crunch, this drying up of all the froth in the market, largely macroeconomic based, no end in sight. Yet at the same time, all these VC funds have dry powder, so they're looking for places to deploy. In some cases, they need to deploy. So you still see valuations that are, while not stratospheric, are still up with previous market conditions, right? Before this big drawdown. So how does that affect your sort of strategy, your deployment? When you're seeking liquidity events, or what your advice you're giving to your portfolio companies, given the prevailing trend of you don't know when liquidity is coming, but there's still a lot of valuations that are at a decent mark.
I'll go first.
Go for it. Yeah.
So look, I think the market, they're still very hungry to deploy capital. I think, as Ryan said, there's a lot of VCs that need to deploy capital. I think what we're really seeing change is understanding what the businesses are doing and a lot more due diligence around the product they're developing. Is there a strong market fit? What does the competitive landscape look like? Focusing on areas that maybe haven't been discussed as much in previous times, like what does customer acquisition look like? What's the actual value of a customer? What's their lifetime value? Some of the more traditional methodology you would see from traditional Web 2 businesses is now really creeping into due diligence and what's really needed from products in Web 3. From our point of view, the other side is, even in bear markets, our work doesn't stop. As a fund, we think deployment of capital alone is not what the only piece that's needed. For us, we think having to support and provide a lot of additional value outside of cash only is really important. So even in these times, we find ourselves really pulling up our socks and getting in on the ground level with the projects and seeing what they need, seeing what they're missing, and really helping support them with the other pieces of the puzzle they need. But I think at the core, funds are still looking for quality products. The DD has changed, and they're looking at what this next 5-year outlook looks like and what's needed from these businesses in order to succeed in this marketplace under traditional kind of metrics.
That makes sense. Yeah, more to come on the accelerator and support piece later in the program. So,
all right, maybe I'll go next. From our point of view, being a new player in the space is tricky, right? Because, like you mentioned, you have these funds with multiple $100 million that need to deploy, and a mandate and a requirement to deploy in the next short circle. Whereas from us, we don't have that shotgun approach. We're very dedicated investors. We go for a market fit with a right valuation. And on the other hand, you have projects which raised in the last cycle at, let's be honest, quite inflated numbers. And now they're unwilling to go down because of the investor pressure or themselves in this current market. So from our point of view, inside of this, we would much rather focus on early stage investments. Rather than going for yesteryear's high numbers and old ideas, we go for new ideas. We try to stress to our projects that the long-term optimization of token investing, for example, needs to be aligned with what they're trying to do, and also for us. Instead of focusing on short-term exit liquidity, focus on long-term building. So we're super happy to take on longer investing periods if that means you can build through the cycle and build value for the project, as opposed to just creating a exit liquidity. So, yeah.
Yep. Could be a healthy development.
Yep, and building on what both of them said, so I think one of the things we like to do is, all of us in the team, we come from an entrepreneurial background. So post-investment, we actually kind of roll up our sleeves and work very closely with the companies. And so the main point of why there is so much dry powder, but at the same time, a lot of companies are struggling to raise, I think is because it was difficult to figure out, okay, how do we catch a falling knife, right? Where does this end? What is the right time where the trajectory shifts? Their valuations were frothy actually, and now what's happened? So there were 2 points. One, valuations were frothy, so there were seed rounds going at kind of 50 mil plus, which doesn't make any sense. Now things have become much more rational. The second thing is, even in the down market, actually, if you see what we were discussing earlier, actually, a lot of good projects have actually done very good. They have actually, we have 3 of our portfolio companies which have raised 10x plus follow-on rounds in spite of the down market. So I think one, a lot of this dry powder is waiting patiently to see, okay, let the right opportunities come, and when they come, then kind of go deep in them. Second, it's a matter of timing. I think eventually as the market shifts, and eventually as, you can't have a better time, I think, in your investment cycle than what you have right now, because you get very strong entrepreneurs who are solving real life cases at valuations which are kind of unheard of. So this is one of the best times to be there.
I'd say this is a bear market, but also a builder's market in that sense, right? So we're looking for the hallmarks of the companies that just put their heads down, build the product, and then those are the ones who are going to be rewarded with that dry powder, as we say. Is that right? Yeah.
Exactly.
What are some other hallmarks of those companies that you would say are succeeding in getting those marked up valuations?
So we actually, one of the things is we actually constantly evaluate from our portfolio, okay, what is it that some of the good companies are doing versus some of the not good ones. And one of the things we realized, the whole concept of Web3 is, okay, how do we bootstrap adoption by tokens, right? That's the whole difference between Web 2 and Web 3. And if you see a number of these companies, what was happening is they had given away, diluted too much of the token supply. So there are some instances where they have diluted almost 30% of the token supply. But if you see the actual number of transactions on chain or the real value being added or the revenue is almost like very low. So they have not got that real world adoption. So one of the things that we learned, we are seeing these companies which were able to raise follow-on stronger rounds is they had real world adoption and they were solving real world problems and using tokenomics the right way to incentivize to achieve that. And second was, a very strong community, which I think in the previous panel they covered, like is especially in these early stages. Metrics are fine. Web3 metrics are different than Web2 metrics, of course, like transactions on chain, TVL and all, they come into play a little bit, but more importantly, the community, how active they are in the community. And the third is the founders, like, at the crux of it in those early stages, you are not really investing in the product, you are basically investing in the team.
Ryan, if I can add to that
Please
too.
go ahead.
I think to what Amit was saying as well, like one of the big issues with token emissions is in reality it's essentially a finite supply of a marketing budget. It just happens that this expense is equity or something of an equivalent value. And I think a lot of issues come from projects that are giving them away without seeing the right return on investment for that marketing spend. And that's where we do see a lot of problems, which is exactly what Amit's talking about, where they're giving away $50 worth of tokens for $5 worth of value gained into the protocol, which is where we're seeing this discrepancy, and that can only last so long. There is such a thing as a lead-in loss, but that has to be very measured and very calculated in terms of what that end customer value looks like and the real value coming into the protocol. And we're really missing that piece with a lot of projects that fall into this trap of emitting tokens at high rates to gain customers in what is not something that's actually long-term sustainable.
Yeah, fascinating point. Carl, you have any thoughts to add?
I think I can just reiterate what he said. Honestly, I think that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I think that's a really important theme for all of us to consider. Is like, if you think about it, tokens are effectively sort of a customer acquisition mechanism that's sort of subsidized, by creating them, on the blockchain, right? But in doing so, right, it's like you have to figure out, it's not just dry powder for the VCs and the funds that are investing in these companies. It's also the dry powder of the treasuries for the token projects themselves. And what is your customer acquisition cost? What type of lifetime value will that create? And are you kind of hitting the gas pedal at the right time? Because if you hit it too early, then you're just going to be spending into a down market, which will not really give you escape velocity. Because if you have a finite supply of token, you do need to get, the thing needs to sustain itself at some point, right? So you're bootstrapping with your token treasury, but not necessarily forever. So yeah, maybe as a continuation of this theme, I was thinking a bit about where you guys are seeing outsized returns or where you see the potential for them. Is that something that's vertical specific? So whether that's, DeFi or Web3 NFTs or gaming, or is it something that you look at as a matter of stage? So just the pure pipeline economics of VC, if that's pre-seed, seed, or beyond, or is it a combination of the two?
I'll go first. Yeah, look, outsized returns is a dangerous conversation, I think, because in many ways, I think it's throwing darts in the dark to some degree. In reality, obviously, the earlier stage you enter, the higher the returns could be for a good project. But assessing a project at early stages becomes more and more difficult. So, I guess the earlier you can pick a project and assess a team, assess the product, assess what their capability is to deliver, will obviously deliver outsized returns. But, it is an ebbs and flows kind of conversation. I think the other piece in terms of if we talk about specific products, what does this next generation of product looks like? I think middleware products is something that I think is particularly interesting. What's going to allow this next billion users to onboard without having to navigate the difficulties of traditional blockchain issues? I think FIFA have actually done quite a good job at this with the latest FIFA NFT release. You can go on, buy a FIFA NFT with a credit card, you get your own segregated wallet, you don't have to manage the gas fees, you don't have to manage the opt-in. Something that things like Algorand tech allow for that other blockchains do not, because the settlement time, the finality, the transaction cost. I think it's one of the really good examples of the kind of tech that's needed, because in reality, this next billion users is not going to want to manage private keys. You know, they're not prepared to manage their own finances to that sort of responsibility level, and that barrier can often, I'm going longer than I expected, Ryan, apologies.
Keep going, keep going.
That barrier can often be greater than what people expect it to be. The moment you get faced with the idea of I've got to save this passphrase and secure it, and if I don't, I could lose access to my wallet, you instantly hit this barrier that can become quite confronting to a traditional Web 2 user. You know, so that next generation of middleware products that help navigate that without becoming completely custodial, you know, I think that's something that will be a particular area of interest to invest in.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what kind of business models develop around that. So it's not just like we're building retail applications or consumer applications. There's also this B2B infrastructure or connective tissue that needs to be linked up, right?
Well, I think most of these middleware products, it won't be charged to the end consumer. It'll almost be like merchant fees. I think it'll be really based around the business that are utilizing these middleware products to make it easy for users. So for most people, the product they're using will probably be invisible. It'll be FIFA they're interacting with and not realizing there's something else in between them, and that's where those fees will be passed on.
There's probably 5 great businesses embedded in that FIFA marketplace. You could probably pick it apart later.
Yeah, I agree with middleware, and for us, I think the whole like 2-point-something type projects, so the ones who are in between Web 2.0 to Web 3, or like the bridge in between.
2.5?
2.5, 2.6, 2.7, doesn't matter, but like anything in between, they will bridge that 2.0 towards Web 3. I think that's important in this market, and I think they're doing quite well. I mean, they have an anchor in the traditional markets, and they're still more palatable for investors and retail users as well. As far as stage goes, for us, early stage is more interesting right now, I would say. I mean, if you look towards the last cycles, the new innovation tend to have been developed during a bear market, right? We had DeFi coming out of the last cycle, for example. So looking at that going forward, I think it should be the same thing now as well, which means whatever these guys are building right now will be the next catalyst for the bull market, right? So looking at that, I personally prefer early stage. I know it's more risky, obviously, like you mentioned, we have a limited DD and stuff, but from my point of view, I would rather invest in strength rather than like a lack of weakness, so to say. What that means is that, if a project is exciting to us, even if there's a glaring flaws in there, I would be happy to work with it and invest in it, rather than investing in a perfect project that has no flaws but does not fit to the current market or the next cycle. So early stage, something that will gap the old world to a new world, that's, for me, the most exciting part in this bear market. So.
Interesting.
Yep, and just, I think, building on that, so like for me, for outside return, there would be like 3 aspects. So one is equity versus tokens. So one of the things I think which you were able to do very well and which actually proved kind of in the current down market was even when token markets were down like 70%, 80%, equity actually still, a number of our equity investments actually did quite well. For example, Block Demon, so I think having a good mix of equity versus tokens, so that even regardless of the market conditions, you generate good outsized returns for the investors. Number 2 is on the stage size. Yes, I think the returns you can expect coming in from a pre-seed to a seed, because from a pre-seed to seed, easily you would get like a 3x additional kicker versus if you came in the seed. The risk is of course high, but in fact, I would say that you can even go to some of the things, for example, Tiny Man, which we did was actually bringing the team together, having an idea and co-building it together from scratch. That actually will give the absolute best returns you can think of if you think of an idea and build it from scratch with the team.
So sort of an incubation model.
So, exactly,
yep.
Incubation model.
Yep.
And the third thing I think which is very important, which we try to do is the projects should match the maturity of the underlying tech. So for example, in the beginning, when Algo just hit mainnet, the focus was more kind of infrastructure. So securitized, Block Demon, basic building blocks, then kind of stable coins. Then you had the whole DEXs, AMMs, lending, borrow, NFT platforms. So for now, for example, now we have all these building blocks in place, what we were discussing in the earlier panels, like aggregation layers. So like stuff like DFly, stuff like Alamex, which are aggregating and figuring out the best way to execute. Also, for example, today with state proofs coming, right? So now cross-chain bridges. So as the tech evolves for outside returns, again, I think the investment philosophy should match are they leveraging the latest developments in the tech? Yeah.
100%. Yeah, totally agree with that. And I think it's another question that I had on the agenda was sort of like, Algorand's been relatively outperforming in terms of DeFi TVL, in terms of NFT volumes, and that's the result of all the great teams, projects, innovations that have been funded in the last cycle. But now there's somewhat of a saturation effect, I would say. Like, how many 5, 6, 7, 8 NFT marketplaces all competing for market share? Can the pie grow fast enough? It's difficult in a market like this, right? So how does that shift your focus, whether to that next level, whether it's an aggregation layer, whether that's derivatives and DeFi? Like, what are the kind of next killer apps or sort of evolution of the ecosystem that you guys would look to invest in, especially at seed stage, obviously, because it sounds like everybody's interested in the risk-return profile of seed stage or pre-seed.
I don't know if me going first is a good thing or a bad. I don't know if thank you or not. I mean,
go anytime.
I think one thing to add to also just what we were sort of talking about earlier is at that pre-seed and seed stage, being able to understand what projects are lacking or where their weaknesses are, and if that's a void you can fill, is also a really important part of de-risking some of those earlier stage investments. For me, myself, I'm focused on product being the CPO, which is Chief Product Officer. So for me, looking at a product and seeing where the gaps are and where they need assistance can be really key in de-risking some of those elements of how can you support them. A great example is, Borderless has got deep investments throughout Algorand. If they need to integrate within the ecosystem, they can obviously connect them with most of the ecosystem, which is a higher value proposition in terms of filling a potential gap that a project might have. These next sort of killer apps, or in particular, how do we cope with multiple of similar projects? Things like aggregation, I think, are obviously really valuable to that. I think the core piece there, though, is it only makes sense if the underlying projects that are being aggregated have enough market share between them to survive to be aggregated in the first place. I think that will be quite interesting. I definitely think we'll see a lot of consolidation in the market. I think it's almost a necessity to survive where these business models can actually be sustainable. In terms of this next generation of product, beyond things like the middleware as a killer app, I think those sorts of things are going to be particularly valuable. But to what Carl was saying as well, like what is this sort of bringing real world use cases into blockchain tech? Like in reality, blockchain technology is meant to be disruptive to centralized database systems. So where does blockchain technology deliver value over centralized systems and value and efficiencies? Talking to some people today about carbon credits and being able to go direct from credit generation to sale as a great example. There's a huge expense and inefficiency in between that direct creation and sale that's really valuable, that can be disrupted by blockchain tech. So it's a really good example of those kind of use cases. And I think that applies across the board with a whole range of different verticals, and which is great because it is really a horizontal technology. It's a foundational technology that can be used across the board to gain efficiencies. Yeah.
That's a super interesting thing. I'm thinking a bit about that just from a treasury management perspective, right? So, before there was kind of this flow of capital from the TradFi or, real world money markets or any asset market really into crypto because of, the benchmark rate on dollars in crypto is like 10% or whatever, right? When the market's juicing. Now it's kind of an outflow the other direction. It's like, how do you get the real world assets into the blockchain capital markets so that you can earn those returns?
Well, and bringing in those real world assets or that real world equity, the need for returns is lower. It's different. The need for returns in most of the crypto space is quite hard. The expectation is high APYs, high APRs, often in a way that's not sustainable. Whereas that traditional equity piece, their demands on returns are extraordinarily different and meet what is really needed for sustainability long term.
And as interest rates continue to go up, I guess that means the benchmark rate for those asset class or those investors is going to continue to climb. So then the bar gets higher for a crypto project as well in that sense.
I'll add one more thing and I'll stop hugging the mic. But I think a really good example, and anyone who's heard me talk before, he's been talk about gold a lot. Gold is a cost-bearing asset. So for most gold holders, which is one of the largest asset classes on the planet, it costs them to retain their gold holdings. The idea of bringing that capital into something like blockchain and instantly having access to capital at an extremely low cost in things like gold lending is particularly interesting and a great example of a cost-bearing asset being converted into a value creation asset that also offers utility through very low interest acquisition for those that want access to that capital.
Fascinating. Anything else?
All right, thank you. Oh, we're done? Okay. I can only reiterate what you said before about all these things. Besides that, from our point of view, I mean, for me, it might sound boring, but GameFi is going to be like a big killer app for crypto. the ability to bridge like the next million users into Web3, in my mind, is going to be games. I mean, it's not going to be the games we saw last year. It's not going to be the gamified farming, but the real AAA games with a real fun game that has some element of Web3. It's not on-chain, but some element to it. That, to me, is going to be a big focus, and I think something I would like to see more on Algorand as well. I know there's some being built, but it's very exciting. Another thing is SocialFi. So SocialFi is something I'm spending a lot of time on this year researching. That creator economy, bringing back the ownership of whatever you create to the creators, so they can monetize their own brand. That's something I think will be a new generation, of Web3 users going forward. The kids nowadays, that's their life. I mean, I have stories of like friends' kids who would rather have, blocks, like the voxel blocks, what they call like these voxel world tokens than a real world money or, a Gucci shirt, which really shows that, going forward, the kids that we're building this for, they're really in tune with the SocialFi and metaverse sort of environment. So I think that's going to be a huge thing and killer app going forward.
Yep. Yeah, and just giving a different perspective on that. So, so what's next? I think so. Initially, very interestingly, how it has evolved is, initially the ecosystem evolved with like a fat protocol thesis where most of the value accrual of the applications were going to the protocol. And then as the ecosystem evolved, it kind of transitioned to a fat application where, okay, the applications are capturing most of the value.
When did this transition happen? Or is it in the process?
It is in the process.
Yeah.
And then eventually, I think the idea is it will become like a fat ecosystem where the projects that create the best ecosystems, they capture most of the value. And there are some of these ecosystems which are very, which come very naturally, especially to Algo. For example, music. So music is one where with Napsters in the center, you have all these other projects which are building and creating synergies, for example, with Napster. So that is something which we are very bullish about, how actually like one of every 5 or 6 projects we speak to is a music project. So that just shows the affinity that strong entrepreneurs who are building on music have for the chain. Similarly, gaming, building on gaming, one way which we are seeing, which is very different, is there was a company called Carbon Counts, so everybody's talking about play to earn. What they came up with, especially given Algo's green kind of background, they came up with play to plant, where for every kind of winning, they go and plant an actual tree in real life, and they want to integrate this with all the other games. So stuff like this, which is very innovative and which really builds on the strengths of kind of Algo. I think that is something which we are very excited about as after this.
Yeah. So tying like actual usage of an application to sort of real world social good or impact is another key theme, I think. Yeah, wow, we've touched on a lot. So I was wondering, I mean, hearing all of this, there's so much going on. There's a lot of innovation still to be had. One of the interesting paradoxes I've thought a bit about is this idea that some of the applications or use cases that take advantage of Algorand's scalable tech the best are the ones that are most abstracted away from the blockchain itself, right? So it's the invisible transaction settlement layer that sits behind all these applications. So I was wondering what you think of like that. Is it like to the fat protocol thesis or the fat ecosystem thesis? If people don't know they're using Algorand, does that still serve a benefit in just driving transaction volumes up because it can process 6,000 TPS, or is there some other considerations to that?
I think what Michael said, like, totally agree with that. So just like the FIFA example he gave, I think it should be actually unrecognizable that this is even a Web3 project or Algorand is being used. The more you abstract the blockchain away, the more easier the adoption. And FIFA is a perfect example of that, I think.
No, I agree. I mean, the best usage of blockchain is the user never realizing is actually using it, right? So, end to end, they should be handled in the background. No, Algorand is good use for that. So, definitely.
Yeah, I agree. And I think gaming is actually a really good example. I don't think while playing a game, a blockchain shouldn't be the key core part of a game. A quality game should be the core piece. The blockchain tech is there to provide additional utility or value. So I always use World of Warcraft as an example. I don't know how many World of Warcraft players there are out there, but originally with World of Warcraft, people were taking their items, going into forums and trying to work out how to trade in this really clunky, also financially dangerous way. you play the game, you enjoy it. When the time comes to utilize blockchain technology for what it's best meant for, it's that kind of trading and that kind of utility that blockchain provides. It's the key. And again, that should all really be invisible. There's no need. It's the same as I don't know how email works. It's irrelevant to the fact I use it every day, and it's incredibly useful.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's on point. Yeah, if we're moving towards this world of the fat ecosystem thesis, not just the protocol itself, then what I foresee happening is all these incredibly robust and valuable use cases where the blockchain is invisible, that becomes sort of the hallmarks of like the technology's adoption, and that drives further awareness, and that brings new builders in, and that just is accretive to overall value for Algorand and the ecosystem. So we'll see where it goes. One quick kind of final question, and then maybe we'll open up for a couple questions to the audience. Any aspiring fund managers out there, what advice would you have for them? Obviously, macroeconomic conditions are quite challenging, yet there's still a lot of great stuff happening in the blockchain and Web3 space. So if you were going to raise a new fund today, what would your advice be? No. Yeah, let's start with Carl. Let's start with Carl.
Cool. No, I like it.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. I mean, my pointers will be most of new funds, the capital comes from family and friends, right? So the most important thing is, get enough capital to build a track record, focus on good investments, and once that is done, seek external investments. Another thing is communication. Always make sure you describe to investors what are you investing, what's the thesis, own up to your mistakes, and also take credit for good investments. A good infrastructure. Make sure you have the right service providers around you that fits your fund. Another thing which I guess a lot of funds right now are falling into is that they're too niche as well. I mean, it's true that most investors tend to prefer funds which has a vertical and niche you're investing into because they come with expertise in that area. But that's also, it can be a mistake, I would say, in this market. Crypto is very dynamic. Things change, narratives change. What's cool right now might not be cool next year. So if you box yourself in too narrow, you might not be able to deploy, which you see in some of these funds, $100 million fund in a certain segment that just cannot deploy, and that becomes the whole shotgun approach of, a few $1 million checks in something that might not make money. So having flexibility to adjust to the market is going to be very key. And besides that, just boots on the ground. Marketing is a full-time job. It's not something somebody will do, but everybody has to participate. So boots on the ground, be out there, talk a lot.
Thank you for coming here and talking. It's awesome. Michael, you want to add anything to that?
I think everything Carl said was on point. I think all of that is sort of a similar vein. I think the one piece I'd probably add is, I think great products, great founders, it is also at the point where they can be selective about who they want to have invest, and I think a key piece to that is, again, being able to support and deliver value beyond the financial side. I think is really, really important. So actually having an understanding of the ecosystem, having an understanding of products, having an understanding of market, which is, to what Carl said, is also being out there and being really proactive and being active in the space helps you build up that knowledge base. That's really key, as well as to bring value to how you can actually attract good projects as a fund.
So probably a good time to then mention what Optio is going to be working on with Algorand Foundation next year on the accelerator side, right?
Yeah, so officially goes live this evening, which is Axel, which is the APAC accelerator for Algorand. So 4 accelerators over 3 years. We'll be supporting 10 to 12 projects per year over that for each accelerator, which will be really exciting. So, it's a great example where we'll be looking for incredibly strong products using that same kind of thesis in our support for Axel and for the team there and helping them select great projects to bring into the ecosystem.
Nice. And so we got, the Algorand Foundation presence here in Singapore. You got, your team down there in Algolia, as I call it. So, it's kind of good regional coverage that we've got. Oh, and you got quite a bit of experience with the accelerator side, right?
Yep.
You got Eterna right now.
Yep.
So right now the applications are open for the Eterna program in Europe, and obviously we've done Borderless and Rocker in Miami quite a few times.
Yep. So, like if you are building on Algo, I think you should go ahead and apply for the Europe accelerator next with Eterna, and then once apps open up for the Australia one as well. I think they covered everything on the prior question. Just one thing I would add is also, as a new fund manager, learn from your mistakes. Sometimes the anti-portfolio or the mistakes teach you more than the home runs.
Stay humble. Do we have time for a question? Anybody out there want to talk? I think we might have 2 minutes. One question.
Thank you. Hard question.
No softballs.
Hi, you can call me Hu. Perhaps this is a specific, more narrow. How do the investor now think about privacy protocol or privacy after the Tornado.cash fiasco? Do you still see that as a viable investment in investing it?
Thank you. That was a hard question. Look, a lot of the privacy protocols, I think at the core of it, it depends on what it's going to be used for and what the main utility and what users in bulk are using it for. I think Tornado Cash ended up with such a huge portion, maybe not in users, but dollar volume that ended up being used for malicious intent. I don't know whether philosophically, whether I believe that Tornado Cash, should be in trouble for providing a technology platform that facilitated that. I think the criminals on the other side of those transactions are the targets versus the tech itself. But I think privacy is incredibly important, and I think what those kind of technologies are designed for and how they're going to be utilized will be the key to their success. But I definitely think privacy is a really core piece. I think navigating that at the moment is particularly difficult.
Amit, Carl, anything to add or no? I think Michael covered it. Maybe, yeah, we only have 2 minutes, so let's move to the next question.
Hello, I'm having a question with the Borderless Capital. Right now, Amit, you have highlighted the importance of having the founder while evaluating a project. So my first question is to assess, there are a lot of the interesting projects where the founders are anonymous. You don't know about the background of them. How do you evaluate that sort of the project? And secondly, there is a kind of the difference of the KPIs and at the same time metrics you assess. Right now, tokenomics is a very important into the play. So I was stumbling with a couple of the founders. They tend to provide you MBs or the GBs of the tokenomics or on-chain activity. So do you assess or leverage those sort of the data while making an investment or evaluating any sort of the project? So yeah, specifically in those two questions. Thanks so much.
Yeah, I'll start and then they can build on it. So I think the first one, founders. I think the question is if the founders don't have a established history, then how do you evaluate? That's a tough one. Generally, established history is better. If they don't have, then you basically try to take a call on whether they have done something which shows that they would be successful. Maybe it's some projects they did. Some experiences they have, or for example, if somebody's working if somebody's doing a fintech, a payment project, and they have 5 years of experience in fintech in Google, that gives a lot more confidence than someone who doesn't, for example. The second part on the tokenomics, I think yes, definitely. Again, the weightage also depends on the stage. So the earlier the stage, I would say. It's primarily more of a call on the team, their ability to execute, because in a lot of the successful projects, they actually pivot. So some of the best wins actually projects that started doing something very different, but as they evolved, they actually listened to their customer base and they evolved. So those early metrics might not be as much of a good indicator as they are the founder's ability to adapt and change, respond to the market. But in slightly later stages, if they're doing a private in equity series A or a private sale, there I think the metrics might play a bigger role.
No, I agree. I mean, from a retail perspective, I would invest into an undoxed team. As a VC, I'll be honest, I wouldn't. I mean, the ability to actually fact check and do your DD on a team is going to be very important, especially in this market, especially looking at early stage, where a team, like you just mentioned, for us, plays a much more important part in tokenomics. Tokenomics can change, right? It can pivot, like mentioned. If you're working with a VC, you tend to collaborate and change things. This kind of falls back to what I mentioned before about, we invest in strength rather than no weakness. So, as long as you're willing to, work with us or, change things according to the market, that's fine. But having an undoxed team that is not willing to to work with us, I think it's much tougher. So a lot of weight will be on a team, especially in this market. Yeah.
Yep. All right. I think we are out of time. So thank you to the panelists for joining us. It was a pleasure. And thanks to you all for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We are nearly there. And before we have our last speaker, we have one surprise bonus speaker. And before I call them to the stage, we're going to play a video. Yeah. So I'm personally really excited about the news of the accelerator in Australia, APAC region. I think Excel and the offshore team are going to do a fabulous job in putting that together and running programs for our developers in the region. And I'm really, really looking forward to seeing that come to life early next year. All right, we're ready for the video. All right. Here to talk to us about the Algorand initiative, we have Anil Kakani.
Hello.
Joanna Moran.
I'm not.
And Nikhil Verma.
Hey, everyone. Okay, so just before I speak a little bit more to Nikhil and Anil about Algorand, which is an amazing initiative in India that's taking place, I want to hear just really quickly about how you are all today, because I think, you know, it's late in the afternoon and we have our keynote next. And is everyone enjoying the Algorand Developer Greenhouse? Okay. You're going to have to do a lot better than that. Is everyone enjoying the Algorand Developer Greenhouse?
Here, guys.
Stacey has just changed her keynote into a panel.
Last time, okay? And you can stand up if you want. How is everyone feeling? Good. Okay. Now I have more energy, so thanks so much for doing that. So, a couple of months ago, we were like, India, what are we going to do? We need to tackle India. And along came Anil and Nikhil, and they were like, we know what we're going to do in India. So I want to hear about what they've been doing for the last couple of months, because they have achieved so much. Can you tell us a bit more, Anil,
Sure,
what you've been
I'll
up to?
start. First of all, thanks so much for having us, Joe, and all of you who are spending the time with us today. So we started a few months ago, and really not long after Stacey came in as CEO of the foundation. And if you look at her words about Algorand, or what Scaramucci has said about the genius of Algorand, and you think about the focus on creating a more inclusive economy, or the fact that as John Wood said earlier, that we've got 1.4 billion people who still don't have access to financial services, or care and focus on creators of value who don't get compensated for the value they create. You have to wonder, why isn't Algorand a household name in India? Because that's what we are about. And that's what I hear Stacey's vision to be about. How do we bring that value back to people that create value? And so we started about 3 months ago, And we, began with really kind of a three-part focus for India. First, educating the student community, the business community on the value of blockchain, but beyond blockchain, the advantage or about the genius of Algorand. And then we actually began to go into universities and start training, do the initial intro to blockchain and the Algorand perspective. And then we started interacting with companies that were beginning to make that transition to Web3. And we found a huge amount of interest, much of it that is reflected here in the room. We've got about 25 developers from universities across India that we're really excited to have here.
Can you guys stand up?
Yeah.
So these guys have traveled all the way from India.
We've got developers from companies. We have some amazing companies that are building product on the Algorand blockchain. So that was our journey 3 months ago, and we've put in about 100 hours a week to get literally to get the kind of interest, enthusiasm, and really it's not hard when you look at what Algorand has to offer, what the blockchain protocol that Algorand brings to the market. We went out into the market and started talking about it, this is the response we got.
And what was the energy like? Because we've talked about this a few times. Like, what was the energy like when you got to the universities? Like, how excited? Like, you actually called me specifically to tell me like how excited they were.
Nikhil can talk about that.
Yeah, I think I can take that. So I went to about 5 or 6 campuses in India, and every time I went there, I'm a professor in the United States. When we go for a talk in a conference, I have like 10 people in the room. And I go there and like, okay, probably I'll have like 30 people. I get into one of those universities, trust me. I used to sing when I was in college. I saw 450 people there. 450 people in the audience, and they couldn't see me at the back. I think the guys in Manakula, right? Your school had 450 people in that hall, and I had to entertain them for 2 hours. So the first hour was the serious part, which is what is blockchain. The second part was opening a wallet. We had lots of fun. And I had an amazing reception in every single university. They wanted me to come back and do more and more and more. And that's what we're going to do, right? Thank you.
And so tell me, because I see you have this T-shirt on. Who's this little person? Tell me a bit more about that.
I think I would let Anil take that because he's the one who conceived it.
So that is Mayura. Mayura is a peacock, or as Micah likes to call it, a peachick, because it's a baby peacock. That's our mascot for India, right? So peacocks, it's a national bird of India, but they also represent some values that we think are very core to Algorand. Values like hard work, perseverance, kindness. So if you look up, if you Google peacock, you'll see a lot of words that you're like, wow. If you go back and look at the vision that Stacy talks about, what we're trying to create, why are we in India? There are a lot of the values that we think identify with the peacock. So that's Mayura. We're going to see a lot of Mayura. She's on our website, or he's on our website now. But we're going to probably, he'll find his way into some NFTs probably at some point. But yeah, that's our mascot.
Cool. Yeah. So what does the next 3 months look like? Who wants to take that?
Next 3 months, we've actually started going into colleges again. So definitely we'll have more colleges that we'll visit. We will start the second round of trainings with the students. We also want to get more companies that have spoken to us. The current companies that are with us, how we can go with them to the next level. So these are some just a continuation of the work that we've done. But now, the first 3 months was we wanted to test the waters. We wanted to see how things are. And with the kind of response that we've got, we're kind of overwhelmed. So we need to kind of scale up things also. So Anil and I are actually planning a lot as to how we can scale up and reach more people.
Just to jump in on it, a lot of that is built on some of the stuff that John talked about earlier. The toolkit, the resources, the training journey that is going to be core for our students that are here, but we've got companies. They're not only the startup world, but we've got very established companies in India that we think are going to be extremely excited about Algorand. But we have to help them transition over to Algorand. So the resources that Joanna, your team, the broader developer team are going to bring to bear, those are going to be core. We have no doubt that Algorand is going to be the most prominent blockchain protocol in India in the next couple of years.
Yeah.
So Anil just touched on it really quickly. We actually launched our second Greenhouse virtual hack last night. So any developers that want to jump in, that is now live. And then tomorrow we are kicking off the Hack Shack as well. So that is developer resources, so workshops for developers. If you haven't registered, you can come along tomorrow. There's no problem. There's 2 full days of it. So thanks a million, guys. It's really great.
Yeah, I'm just going to say one more word.
Sure.
And this is really kudos to Algorand. So I've bounced around a fair bit in my career. I've been in democratic politics. I've been with more established tech companies. I've been in the startup environment. And Algorand, like a few of the other kind of principals I've worked for, who saw an opportunity in India. There are a lot of companies that don't, it's a messy place. It's a messy democracy. It can be challenging to do business there. But it takes a real, I think, a real insight, a real conviction to put the resources in to build something meaningful in India. So Stacy, thank you. Hats off to you and to Joanna and to all of you who've really put India on the Algorand map, because we think the value that it's going to create for the people of India is going to be very impactful. So thanks. We're excited to be doing this.
Great. Thank you. Great. Okay, do you guys want to go down? I'm going to introduce you.
Thanks, everybody.
So it is at the end of the day, and thank you so much. We had just an unbelievable number of people who wanted to engage with the Developer Greenhouse, where today we're inspiring the next 10,000 developers to build an Algorand, and tomorrow we're nurturing them through our workshops. So we're at our final. Oh, hello. It's our keynote. So I would please welcome our CEO of the Algorand Foundation, Stacey Warden. Welcome.
Now I'm on. Okay, great. Okay, I am the only thing between you and happy hour. The only thing. And somebody lock the door behind us, please, so nobody can leave until this is over. What I thought we would do, so did everybody have a good time today? Yeah. Did you learn a lot? I've been to a few of these, and I keep learning things every single time, and I'm so inspired. Of course, I know about our technical roadmap, and I know about the kinds of things that we're doing for you, but what I love hearing the most about is the things that you guys are building. And because I've been now to a few of these, what's really amazing to me is to see the progress over time of some of the builders. So 4 months later, we check back in, and you're talking about new things, and you're developing new things, and you're much further along in your journey, and that's really pretty inspiring to us. So what I thought I would do is typically I kind of recap the day for everybody, but I thought what would be interesting to do is to give you a chance to meet some of the folks from the foundation that are working for you and what they're doing. And so when you have ideas or complaints, frankly, you can complain to other people than me, and so you know exactly who's responsible for these various different things. And so, just to make us a little bit more human for us. So guys, can you come up? We've got some very key people here. I'm going to sit over here on the team. And when I got to the foundation, we had 3 community members, and you all, you're a handful. You're an unruly bunch, right? 3 people is not going to be enough to take care of all of you, and so we put Jason in charge of global community. He's based in Singapore. And how many people in your community team do you have now?
So we're up at 10 right now.
10 now. He's hired 10 so far. And how big are you going to build this community team, would you say?
Yep. We're going to 15 just by end of this year, but up to 100 community champions from the existing 25 we have.
Okay, see, he takes this opportunity. Did you see how he just stated his budget for next year in live so that now I can't do anything about it? Did you notice that?
Can I play that game,
Yes,
Stacey?
I'm not asking any more questions that will get me in trouble. And so the other thing that I noticed when I came here is that we had a very much of a kind of an incoming-based grants program. So you basically, whoever you were, you could just apply to the website, and we didn't really have an ear to the ground in the key verticals. And so the foundation we found was a little bit, it was more of like a machine that made grants as opposed to understanding the verticals that people were building. And I had a very fateful dinner at ETH Denver, I think it was, right? Where I showed up and I sat at one end of the table, and Shamir Ozuri sat with a couple of other hardcore NFT folks at this end of the table, and they just proceeded to school me on what NFTs were and how important they were. And I was there for like a month. I was like my first or second month, I think, at that. And then I said to Shamir, because he's such a nice guy and he's so clear, I said, can you also do a tutorial for me just on Really? And he said, he spent another couple of hours with me, and then I said, will you come work for the foundation and run our Web3 vertical, which is NFTs and the arts and the music space. And so he agreed to do that. And I'm going to have everyone go down the line and talk about what they're responsible. This is just by way of introductions. And then when I arrived, again, I was going a listening tour, right? And so the two things that everybody complained about, the first thing was dev tools. The dev tools weren't good enough. So, okay, John Woods, CTO, please solve this for us. And he was like, done, and you saw his very inspirational presentation before. And the next thing was just access points. So stop talking about the next Algorand wallet. Talk about why the algo isn't listed in every other wallet. Why isn't the algo on all the chains all the exchanges that we need it to be on? Where is USDCA on, FTX? Where is USDCA on, Coinbase? Whatever it is, why doesn't that exist? And so I said, okay, well, why doesn't that exist? I said, okay, who's in charge of this and how come we're not doing a good job? And they said, well, nobody's in charge of this. I said, well, I think we need to get somebody. I think we need to put them in charge of it. And this is Devon, who's in charge of all of this, and he is, what I call him, is an excuse eliminator. So he's just going to eliminate excuses for people not to be using this coin, not to be engaged in this ecosystem, and not to be treating this as an investment. And then Micah Adams came and taught me what growth marketing should look like and how we should think about big partnership and big marketing activities and how they can, help open wallets and help create synergies and virtuous circles so that we are not just, putting our logo up on something, that we think about marketing as understanding the return and being able to quantify the return for it and what are we looking for when we spend money on promotional things. And he's going to give you a little bit of his philosophy about that. And he is kind of, I think it's fair to say, he's upended our approach to marketing. So I'm going to ask for some audience reaction. Who do you want to, and this is by way of sort of applause and noise, who would you like to hear from first? Come on, yeah. 100%.
Is this a popularity contest?
Yes,
because
exactly.
contest.
Okay, so first community. You're going to hear from everybody. For who's first? Community?
Community?
All right. Okay. Web3? Okay, all right. Access and integration? Yeah. Okay, all right. Marketing?
Yeah. I think marketing.
Who won? Okay, so we'll go down the line like this. Over to you, Captain Brazil, Micah Adams.
Hi. Whoa. Wow. Very
okay,
loud.
Don't scare the people, Micah.
Okay, we good? We good? Testing. Right. Hi, guys. As Stacey said, I'm working on growth marketing. I think for me, looking at Algo, one of the things I loved about it is I kind of see it a little bit as a B2B company. I think a lot of the stuff that we have on Algo makes us ready for real-world mass adoption. We can be used 6,000 TPS, transactions per second. We've also got the ability to not have high gas fees. Like, these things make us really ready for the real world. And if that's the case, then we have an opportunity that a lot of the other layer ones don't have, which is to actually get out there and get mass adoption and grow. If you want to do, let's kind of look at a few things that we could look into. Sports gambling, sports betting. You literally cannot do that on ETH. Your gas fees are more than your bet. If you want to go and buy coffee or a drink, if it's going to take you 8 minutes for the wallet to work, not possible. So Algorand is very much built from a technical tech side, best in tech, and means that it's able to be used for mass adoption. So for growth marketing, what my job is to make sure I get that tech out there into the world, used and proved so that people can see it. Getting all of the amazing projects that we have, use cases, linking them up, speaking to each other so that they can start to build projects that will really grow this ecosystem. There's a lot of people in this world that, for Algo, it's not just a hold or investment situation. Where I'm from in Brazil, for places like Nigeria where we have koi banks, Algo could literally be something that defines and changes everything. We got Chris with the amazing beard at the front. When you think about all of the devs that he's helped train with Reach, like, for a lot of people, this is life-changing in terms of, like, the jobs that they have, the abilities that they have to build. So I really do see Algo as an, even with Afghanistan now, we have, like, ways that you can pay. And for certain countries where the fiat is dropping daily or can be just as crazy as the crypto market, this is super helpful. So yeah, growth marketing here is just to help grow and see what we can do to make the tech speak.
Be nice to the UK, Micah. Okay, David, we'll have some applause-o-meters for how good they are at the end too. So just keep that one in mind. Okay, David, tell us about how you're gonna make us everywhere.
Yeah, well, hopefully, can everyone hear me? Is that good? Perfect. Yeah, so I joined, like Stacey said, I joined the foundation about 6 weeks ago as the head of ecosystem access. And what that means, or what I'm focused on, is making sure that it's super easy for our users, so that could be retail users or institutions, to interact with our ecosystem, right? So our DeFi space, our NFT space, that focus happens through things like making sure Algo and ASAs are listed at the big exchanges, because that's a huge access point for people into our space. Making sure that your favorite wallet, whatever that may be, is linked to, again, to our DeFi space, our NFT space. And it's really about meeting users where they are, right? It's not enough to say, well, there's one place that you can get Algo and USDC. It's really about making sure that where the users are, we are supported, right? And so that's going to be my big focus for the next year, to make sure that if a user wants to go to DeFi and their favorite exchange is FTX and they want USDCA, they can do it without having to think. And my Twitter mentions can settle down a little bit. So hopefully, if I do my job well, my Twitter mentions go down, the specific requests that I get a little bit quiet. So yeah, I think I'll know I'm doing my job well if less people are trying to speak to me in a year.
Awesome. Yep. Okay, Shamir.
I like that. So seamless onboarding, right? That's what it's all about. Hi everyone. Thanks for taking the time, first of all, to be here. It's great to see so many people curious to learn more about Algorand and really the future. So as Stacey mentioned, I joined as head of Web3 about 3.5 months ago, after about 2.5 years at Algorand Inc. I originally joined, I'm a growth guy, marketing guy, originally NFT junkie since 2017 is when I first got into the space. And look, it's our mandate to really facilitate growth across the ecosystem. So when we talk about Web3, and just to clarify, we're talking about a number of different verticals, whether it's art and collectibles, which we all know, and I would argue are one of the first use cases for NFTs. But then you can keep going: sports and entertainment, music. What am I forgetting? Fashion, gaming, right? We have PG, wonderful PG kind of leading that vertical. So there are all these different verticals, and they're all different in certain ways, but also similar in other ways. So again, when we talk about facilitating growth, well, what do we actually mean? We mean a number of things. We mean, first of all, seamless onboarding, right? We want to lower the entry barrier. We want to remove the friction and just let users and developers on the same note hit the ground running, right? Just plug and play and start enjoying the benefits of Algorand's performance. On the other hand, we want to increase utility, right? So we want to build a toolkit. We want to build infrastructure that, again, allows users to both enjoy kind of, as we scale, enjoy the growing network and the value that that brings, not to mention the actual usefulness and value that it drives into their lives. I think when it comes down to, okay, so who do we work with? We work across the board, right? There's the ground up dynamic and there's the top down dynamic, and it's not exclusively one or the other. It's really a mixture of everything. So, it starts with taking care of our own ecosystem, and Twitter, I hear you, by the way, right? Like, we're having a lot of conversations about how we can get better at that. And it really, really is a core pillar, right? AlgoFam is the best community out there in blockchain. Believe me, I grew up in with other chains, and I think our community is very, very strong. Our NFT ecosystem is stronger than ever. So September already hit an all-time high. August was the all-time high before that. You look at the graph, the numbers are there. People are starting to pay attention. So really, again, it starts with a core family, let's call it. It continues to other NFT collectors, and again, NFT collectors are just an example, but people within the crypto space, and educating them, and again, this is where growth and marketing come in to really articulate that message. And then, and this is what really gets me excited, it's that Web 2 to Web 3 leap, right? That 0 to 1, that's what gets me excited. Micah and I geek out on this stuff all the time. So where we truly become scalable, if you look at the numbers, they're still pretty small across the entire blockchain ecosystem, not to mention Algorand, but the delta's there, that's number one. And when we talk about onboarding millions, hundreds of millions of users, if the question is, okay, how do we get there? It's going to be very hard to do if we just send, message our own echo chamber. So we're really looking to get out, and kind of like Micah implied, right, that B2B angle, that top-down approach is really, really interesting. So think of FIFA, think of Napster, right? Think of really any established brand or creator that already has those fans. Let's call them Web 2 fans, right? They don't care about blockchain, they don't care about Web 3, but they do care about a certain brand or idea that aligns with who they are, right, and how they identify themselves, and they're looking for new ways to get engaged. That's what really gets me excited, again, with FIFA, hundreds of millions, billions of fans worldwide, right? And if you look, I don't know, who here, raise your hand, who here purchased a FIFA NFT? Oh, come on. We got to get more of you to do that, first of all right? I dare you to do that for the simple reason that there's no blockchain knowledge necessary in that onboarding process. You sign up with an email and a password. And then you have the choice, right? You basically buy a pack. You can use your credit card, right? So you just put it in. So, like, to me, those onboarding solutions, and again, reducing the friction, making it very, very familiar, and, by the way, giving people the option, if they want, right, to move their asset off that is going to be critical. But my point is, we're getting there. We're investing in the right infrastructure, and the idea is that once that infrastructure is in place, once that FIFA example or the Napster example, they kind of manifest and reach their potential, then it's sky's the limit. It's really just a matter of going and scaling that across other brands and influencers.
Yeah. Jace, I don't know if you were here for Dan's markets panel, but if you were, your ears were burning, because a couple of the folks, I think both panelists said that it's the strength of the community is what they think about when they invest in a protocol. And one panelist even said more than the tech actually is the strength of the community. So what are your, we already have a good community. The AlgoFam, as Shamir said, is very strong and it's very robust. But how are you going to, what are the plans to kind of take care of this community and to build it out?
Yep, and I would say that it is you guys, community, right? And if Algorand was a body, the lifeblood of it is the community, right? It pulses through the body, and all the amazing gentlemen say that could only be enabled because of the community. And how we are doing it, we are going to open up tremendously for next year. The plan is to not just have foundation dictate, oh, what do we want to do for the community and decide, but we need the community to decide and be on ground, so much so that the community would become the enablers and empowered to do so. So the way we're looking into it is exploring things like the community DAO program, some sort of a DAO element to it, to community members like yourself suggesting what you'd like to see and actually taking things to the next level from there. And we want to take this approach called the Algorand everywhere approach. And it's funny because I met a friend from Mongolia who's actually building on Algorand and said that Algorand feels like everywhere, and he's from Mongolia, but he's seeing what's happening online and on Twitter. It's true that we are building what we're doing. If you see the branding and the logo, it will have the same branding and logo wherever we go moving forward. And even here, from India to Ireland, from Australia to Malaysia, Mongolia, and to Seoul, to Singapore, we're seeing community members all here actually interested and participating in what we do. So the way we're going to express it as well is through the Community Champions program, which I mentioned. Currently, we have a smattering of champions 2025 that are saying, hey, I want to do something, and it's a bit like a cottage village, but now we're going to firepower and supercharge it by saying, hey, we're going to have vertical champions, city location champions, and special project and digital champions that would come in to sort of be the arms and legs, and they would then decide how they can grow their community from that on. And I'd like to say one last thing, like looking at the whole greenhouse team and the amazing flower dome next door, like if Algorand was a tree, the fruit of it, the leaves and the branches would be the community itself. And you know whether a community is thriving or not just by looking at the leaves of certain plants. And what we like to see is a real thriving ecosystem for a community enabled by the whole team over here and all of you.
Okay, how'd they do? All right, okay. So what I want to do is really not talk out to you, but give you a chance now to ask questions to these leads, and you'll of course can find them coming up. But does anybody?
Uh-oh. Chris's hand is up.
Yeah, I'm trying to pretend that I don't see him. Does anybody else? No, Chris, please.
Hey guys. So this is actually for Shamir, I think, because you talked about the onboarding and the FIFA specifically, and I think FIFA did an amazing job at how to make it easy and not require blockchain knowledge. What are the chances that Algorand takes that tech that FIFA actually used and makes it available for everybody to be able to implement into their own projects? On top of that, also maybe legal advice or regulation advice that was, I'm assuming, very expensive to make sure that that was actually legal.
So I can't speak for the legality of it, and quite frankly, also FIFA specifically, there's some things in the back end. So let me maybe differentiate. There are certain cases in which the IP has to be proprietary. Like, it's part of the brand, it's part of the requirement. That's going to happen inevitably. But to be also very clear, and I've had a lot of discussions like with the Maker X team over there and the Zest Bloom folks. It's our job to invest in infrastructure that is exactly that. That is first of all, we validate it, right? So we want to launch these use cases. We want to showcase that, yeah, it actually works, and here are millions of people using it. And at that point, leave it as open as possible so that every entrepreneur can come in, plug and play, and basically leverage that. At the end of the day, it's not, the way I see it, it's not our job to pick the winners. It's our job to put the infrastructure and the tools and create that experience. So to put all of that, lay it down, and really give it to the ecosystem in order to see them succeed. Like, again, your success is the foundation's job, literally, right? It's our job to be here and help.
Okay, any other questions? Yeah.
Right. I'm very impressed with the presentation today, and I do agree that you are investing in developers, in projects. Now I want to invest in Algorand. So,
good.
So there are a couple of questions as an investor. One, I understand that this is a DeFi, so it's a very basic question. So there's no admin key for the Algorand token, am I correct? Or
not sure I understand the question.
Yeah, and that's basically what I want to know. Is it a full DeFi token?
I can answer that one over here. Hi, just to your left. It's John. Hi. So no, there's the token is completely permissionless, and it exists There's no way to claw back the token. There's no administrative control on the Algorand token. But if you launch your own native asset using the Algorand Standard Asset Protocol, then you can set the rules as you would like to have them for your token.
Okay, appreciate the answer, because that's the very first criteria. It must be a full DeFi. And then if I want to start to buy into the token as an investor, where do I do it? I understand Ledger.com, the hardware wallet carries the blockchain for Algo, I think September, so that's good. And where else can I find Algo listed? Thank you.
Yeah, so I think this is really pertinent to what I'm focusing on, right? It shouldn't be a where can you buy Algo question. It should be you can purchase Algo anywhere. I mean, typically for retail or investors coming into the space, it's typically through these centralized entities, right? Whether it's an exchange, whether it's an OTC desk for a slightly larger investor, but they do tend to be these centralized entities. And we are putting in the work at the foundation to make sure that that's not limited to a choice of one or two, that it is supported across the breadth of the industry, right? So all the major exchanges, all the major OTC desks, et cetera, et cetera. So.
And the algo is basically listed in all the major exchanges now. Some of the ASAs not yet, but the algo is listed. Yeah, it's pretty easy.
And can I just add something? I encourage you to buy Algo, although this is not investment advice. But I would even encourage you more to look for projects within the ecosystem that you can invest in, because ultimately that's where growth comes from.
Okay, anybody else? Yeah.
A nice segue to investing in projects on the Algo system. Not that I'm a gamer, but I acknowledge that that is, a growing industry. What projects in the gaming field has Algorand got that could perhaps compete with the likes of Engine in the future?
Oh, I wish PG was here. So there are a number of, let's call it ground up, kind of organic gaming projects that are coming up here. Whether it's Azure Tactics or, I don't know, Chris, throw me a couple of the other names. Yeah, Alloy, right. But yeah, but you got to stay tuned for some of this stuff. So all I can say, I'm going to keep it short, and I'll say we have a lot of really, really interesting things in the pipeline, as well as some substantial gaming studios that we're having conversations with. We will, just to maybe clarify.
Micah can also
Yeah.
talk.
All right, so yeah, I'll pass it on to Micah. Just one last thing. Again, it's really about the long tail for us. It's less about kind of, with gaming specifically, it's less about necessarily collaborating with one huge gaming studio and, getting a foot in the door there. I'm not saying I'm opposed to that. I'm just saying there's a very long development cycle, and, things are already happening. So it's really kind of that ground up approach that we're focusing on at the moment. Micah.
So I'm not to repeat myself, but I'm very proud that Algorand has been so focused on the technology, because to do certain things in gaming, it requires you to have certain technology that I think we are one of the only ones to have. So when you look at some of the projects that we have, don't mistake lack of them for they won't be here. The reason why is with our low gas fees, with the ability to, there's a few more things in the gaming division in the last 3 months that have come to Algorand, which has allowed us to mutate characters or to keep certain packs secret if you're doing kind of like a pack giveaway. So we've been working on the technology for years. Now we've got John Woods coming straight over from Cardano with all the genius to help us run that even better. So when we look at stuff like gaming, fashion, music, that's all coming. And everything that we've built over the last couple of years is why it's going to work. It's why it's not going to be a marketing example. It's why it's not just going to be adverts. It's why it's not just going to be, let's put money on this play-to-earn game that no one really likes, but we're just going to keep funding it and making it work. We built technology to build real gaming examples. We had Dequency, which has the ability to give sync licenses to Web3. So even down to the music for gaming on Web3, we've created the technology for. So when I say Algorand is, again, not financial advice, but the coin of the future, we really mean it because we have been building technology that allows us to do all the crazy things that you want to do without any of the kind of the old adages of crypto where it doesn't work or it's not as fast or it's not as slow. Not going to have that with Algorand. So keep your eyes peeled is pretty much my answer for that one.
Okay, any others? Okay, yeah.
Thank you. I have a question for Jason. So community building in Web3 in 2022 has become slightly competitive. Ethereum, their brothers and sisters, they came, they had an early advantage and they built their community on an anchor as a building dev. Then Solana came, they are pushing more for the influencer-led and NFT-led community acquisition. What's the anchor which Algorand is putting in, or there's a couple of anchors around which the community expansion is going to happen in a competitive space like today?
Yep. I'll say one word, #AlgoFam, and that's on Twitter. But one thing that anchors us is the fact that the community stays and sticks with us. So one fact point is that, you know, how globally the DeFi ecosystems have just reduced in TVL in general because of the market. Guess what? In Algorand, we have actually been steadily increasing. The NFT weekly sales trading volume has been steadily decreasing globally. Guess what? The NFT average weekly sales volume have been increasing on Algorand, number of wallet counts. And the only way we can actually beat the trend in terms of our growth trajectory is because of the community stickiness and how close they are to what they're doing. Every week, there's some AMA happening around the world. I just got an invite. Can you be in an AMA at 1 a.m. on Sunday morning? Or there's another one in Latin America as well. The communities team over at Algorand Foundation interacts and engages on a very constant basis, and that builds up the community. And you know what? Surprisingly often, it's not those that are working full-time, but those that are actually community champions and essentially just people who are passionate about the community. And those are the key anchors for that. And we plan to double down on that. We've got an interesting swag strategy that we want to have. So they've got interesting swags that are available for our champions. We've also got strategies to have fly people in. Some of you have received bursaries to come here because you're a community ambassador or champion of some sort. So we want to be able to acknowledge not just financially, but experiences that you can't have in every other normal circumstance because you're a community member of ours. That's it.
So, just to add to that, and I guess, to Jason's point, it's about stickiness, right? And when I say sticky, I mean, you see on Twitter all the time people saying, hey, I tried this community, I got to Algorand, and I'm here. I'm here for the long run. And I think the reason that happens is, again, utility. Utility both from a product and just user experience perspective, right? So once transactions are so fast, they're so seamless, it's such a familiar feel that it's really hard to go back to Ethereum or whatever it is. And utility, I also consider how it makes you feel to be a part of something that's bigger than yourself. And I think that's where ultimately when you start seeing people come together on Twitter and through the different Discord channels and things like that, it feels like a home. And it feels like I'm driving value. I'm learning new things, right? I'm building things that are driving value to the ecosystem. And I'm at a place where the values are very much aligned with my own. So when we talk about building community, it's not for everyone to join AlgoFam. It's really for people with whom our message resonates. And I think that's worked really, really well so far.
Okay, maybe we'll take one or two more, or let me just see if I see any hands. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Hi, I'm Pranav. I'm building StationX.network. I have one question around DAOs. What is the state of DAOs in the Algorand ecosystem right now, and how do we see DAOs evolving, and what are the efforts being put in on building the infra for DAOs, and where do we see DAOs heading in this ecosystem in the next 2-3 years? Thank you.
DAOs. I get very excited about DAOs. So let me start by saying it's very, very early. Similar to gaming, I think the reason I kind of stuttered with my answer is because it's still very much a moving target. And I would argue no one's really found product market fit when it comes to these things, okay? And I would argue, by the way, play to earn is not a sustainable model either, right? So we're still very much exploring kind of the gamut of what a successful gaming ecosystem looks like. And I would say the same thing about DAOs. At the moment, there are a number of kind of organic DAOs, whether it's the Goanna DAO that created was in. You see here, Jetlag. Sorry, guys. Okay, so whether Goanna DAO that spun out of what I would call Algorand's NFT blue chip, or whether it's, again, talk to the Zest Kin DAO, which is upcoming, and there we're actually talking about more of a service or a product that people can organize around. And to me, DAOs are not one thing; they're a lot of things, and they run kind of the spectrum from regulated, compliant, legal entity, right, that requires a certain investment maybe, or something like that, but it definitely has to play by the rules. Anything to, some people, they have a Discord channel with lazy voting. Do you guys know this? Like emoji voting, and that's a DAO to them. Now, for us, for me, it's not a matter of like what's right or what's wrong. It's apples and oranges, and there are good use cases here and good use cases there. I'll tell you, and back to Jason's example, we're looking, first of all, to dog food. So we're looking to build the infrastructure and get all of the necessary requirements, the primitives, let's call them, multi-sig solutions, custody solutions, on-chain voting mechanisms. And you're starting to see some of these use cases percolate, but now it's really a matter of bringing them all together. So step one is infrastructure. Step two is to dog food it ourselves, and by ourselves, I don't just mean the foundation, I literally mean the community. It can't be a DAO without the community actually running it. And then once we have that, once we validate it, it really is a matter of scaling it, right, and finding those use cases. So again, very, very, very early. It's gonna take a couple of years. 2023 is gonna be big for DAOs, for sure.
Okay, I'm gonna have to, okay, I do
Really-
wanna
really quick-
ask you though, what dog food it means exactly, because I might be the only, I don't think I'm the only
So-
person
so
that
in
has
crypto,
no
when we
idea
say dog
if
fooding-
that's a good thing or a bad thing, for example.
Stacy, all right, so dog fooding means trying it out for yourself as a way to learn how to optimize it. So you're making the dog food, eat it. Eat it, see that it isn't poisonous, okay? Make sure that, optimize it. You don't like that, Stacy. I didn't come up with it.
I'm gonna suggest that we come up with a slightly better expression for that,
All
but
right,
anyway,
all right.
Micah,
Fair.
over to you, yeah.
Just a quick point on DAOs as well. When it comes to Algorand, especially with stuff like DAOs, there's no point pretending that we understand exactly how it works and how it should be. So what we're genuinely looking for from the ecosystem and the community as we speak is to be innovative. And I hope that with the people that we've had on stage and the people that you've heard talk and their plans, you will see that innovation. And I think as much as it's on us to help with what you guys are doing with DAOs, it's also on you guys to not just assume DAOs is over. It's not done. Like, there's still creation to be done. And one of the things I love most about the community is how many crazy different ideas and ways that you kind of build. So I'm excited, as much as you asking us, I'm excited to see what you guys do when it comes to DAOs. I'm excited to see what you guys do with the suggestions and the emails and the tweets. So yeah, it's a two-way street in that sense.
Dog food DAO is what I'm talking about.
Thanks, Ryan. Hi, Karen from AlgoHub. Yes, I am standing up. Just a question for Jason. Community is really important. We have the crypto community, we have the developer community, we've got the DeFi community, the gaming community. How are you going to approach all those different communities in your strategy?
Great, good question, Karen. And shout out to what AlgoHub is doing for Asia Pacific around universities as well. Johanna, who runs the program and was monitoring just now, she's our real champion for the developer outreach and programs. And what we're doing is we're doing a bit of divide and conquer. So all developer growth outreach hackathons, the amazing hack shacks that you will experience in the next 2 days would be through Joe's team out of John Woods, our CTO, with David Grenier. Shout out and clap for them as well. Yeah, nice. And then the way we'll structure it is that within the global communities team, we would then oversee everything else that is non-developer focused, but we will support fully everything that's happening there. And we have vertical leads, which we call, so Shamay is an example of the Web3 vertical lead. We've got Daniel Un, who's the head of DeFi, who's here in Singapore. PG, he's mentioned, head of gaming, and Matt Keller, the head of sustainability. And we will be having more head of verticals that would also be leading their communities. And the way the communities team will lead it is through the champions that we would be having. So overall, the strategy would be have like people who know what they do. So I don't know developer engagement and tech work, but John knows that. Johanna has done it, and vertical experience. So people are going to speak out of the experience that they have and the skills and expertise, and then we're going to empower the community from there. Yeah.
You know, we're doing all of our strategic and budget planning for next year. Now we're kind of in that season. And I was having a conversation with Micah about his marketing budget. And he's like, I don't have any marketing budget left because Jason's taking all of my marketing budget for community. He's keeping me busy, 40 hours a week. I'm not even going to have any bandwidth to do extra marketing. So yeah, Jason has big plans, I think, to say the least. Okay, one last question, if anybody has especially a hard question. Okay, yeah. Last question of the day, so make sure it's a good one.
Hello, I'm Saurav. I'm from India. So I worked with a startup, Gruban. It created identity mechanism for government. And just because I heard the word SSI in John Wood's presentation, so I'm curious about what can we expect from Algorand regarding SSI, and how soon we can.
Okay, I think that's probably a question for John Woods, who is not on the stage right now. So we'll put you with him. Oh, John, there you are. Sorry, I looked to you. I didn't see you. Sorry.
Hi, sorry. Could you repeat the question? I was talking to Joe.
SSIN strategy, what we're going to do to promote that.
SSIN, what is that?
How soon can we expect SSI?
Yeah. Self-sovereign identity.
Identity. Okay, sorry, yeah, cool. Good question. I don't want to commit to an actual date, but I'm very passionate about this. I honestly think self-sovereign identity, yeah?
Okay, say something, then I want to talk to our experts over there.
Soon, very soon. It's an important use case.
Okay, Victor. So Victor is right near you, and he's building our first self-sovereign identity platform. So why don't you stand up? And
second row, AJ, to the
second
front.
row, yep. And we'll give you the floor for a minute. He's one of the many exciting, but very exciting protocols being built on Algorand.
Yeah. Hi everyone. So I'm Victor from Zimbabwe, and we run FlexID, which is Algorand's first self-sovereign identity protocol. And essentially it materialized from realizing that Algorand is going to be far much more than the traditional verticals and use cases a lot of people talk about. We're talking about onboarding the next billion people into financial services. And if we're going to onboard the next billion people, we're going to do it in a different way, and we're going to do it via this decentralized infrastructure. So FlexID from Origins was built on top of Algorand to be able to onboard individuals even without access to smartphones, even without access to sort of the traditional interfaces. We're able to onboard users via WhatsApp. We're able to onboard users via USSD using short text codes without even access to internet. And this is all possible via these very fast transactions that are very cost efficient, especially in emerging markets like Africa, like India, and sort of all these other areas, South America, etc. So we're very excited, and we will be launching the version 3 of FlexID's full SSID app by the end of November. So definitely be on the lookout for that, and we're always happy to engage with anyone within the Algorand ecosystem to further extend those capabilities across the whole ecosystem. Thank you, guys.
All right, woo-hoo-hoo.
Energy.
What a way to end. Sorry, I didn't know the acronym when you said it. And when we finish with self-sovereign identity for individuals, we are going to move to the really hard case of, you know it, right? Self-sovereign identity for dog food, obviously, which is going to be really, really hard for us. Okay, so thank you very much, guys. Can I please bring up Ryan and Audrey and Joe and Carolina? Are you around? She always disappears when I want to bring her up.
Carolina went to the whole.
She went. Okay. All right. Okay. Where's John? Can you guys come up? Okay. Can we give these guys a round of applause, huh? I mean, really? Did they create this day for us? Absolutely. So when I mean, just amazing, right? It works like clockwork. And then Carolina, all these bulbs and the beautiful plants and everything. This is the most gorgeous room I've ever been in, honestly. And to have this thing, it's such a joy for us. I have learned, as I said, so much today. And the next 2 days, these guys are going to tell you about, but it's going to get really, really interesting for developers, and everything that you wanted to know about the tech, everything really, you know, I like to say kind of dirt under your fingernails stuff about this protocol is over the next 2 days. So do you guys want to give us a little bit of a preview of what we can expect?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Stacy, and thank you to our panel that was up here. Yes. Dirt under the fingernails. I like the analogy there with the greenhouse. So this concludes the first day of our time in the Algorand developer greenhouse. Tomorrow, we are going to transform this space into the developer hack shack. And we are going to have workshops, and we are going to have 2 full days of building on this Algorand protocol, doing exactly what you saw the devs and the teams that were up here talking about it. We're going to start doing that tomorrow. We are going to kick off doors at 9 a.m., first workshop from 10 a.m. We are going to do this live streaming again, so thank you to everybody who has joined us online as well. I want to let you know there were over 1,000 people that had come here today, and we had 6,000 registrants, so there is just an incredible number that have joined us from around the globe. This Algo fam is huge.
Yes, and it's growing because community, as Jason said, is what we are all about.
Absolutely. Inspiration. And there was so much excitement going on here today. Any final words here, Joanna?
Yeah, no, just a big shout out to everyone that watched on the live stream. I had the pleasure of engaging with them all through the day, and they were really good fun. We had people from Thailand and Ireland and everywhere in Europe. It was brilliant, really engaged, and because we wanted to create a platform that anyone could, you know, watch what was going on today. And you've been a really great audience as well. Yeah,
you really have been. So as a reward for everybody who has stuck around here, we have got happy hour happening now in the back here. So we want to invite you there. And then from 6 o'clock, we've got buses that will be departing for golf. So keep an eye out for that. A couple of different ones that will leave at 6 and 6:30. Lots of great talks to have. So thank you, everybody who joined us here in the Algorand Developer Greenhouse today.
Thank you, everyone. Let's enjoy some drinks.
Give yourself a hand, everybody. Okay, great. Thank you so much.